During the meeting, the young man firmly opposes the start of a war with the people. The mage calls him a thief for stealing land from nobles broken by the Demon King's war. Hearing such words, the hero captain became seriously angry. He was outraged that someone could audaciously call him a vile thief. The Order of Schwartz rose to crush the Demon King and is now an official knightly force. Joshua's childhood friend, Captain Lo Egg, dominated the battlefield and earned the title of Count. Everything changed. Nobles swarmed the palace for non-stop parties, flaunting wealth and chasing women while the wine never ran dry. Joe insisted it would be an outright invasion, but the Count sternly ordered him to be quiet. Log, the Order's veteran manager, called Joe out for whining, and the boy shouted his name in response. Joe swore he'd never use his magic to create anything that harms the innocent. Joe drops a bombshell he wants to be X's again. He refuses to serve a group that hunts people. The egg sinks silently. Joe noted that it was time to focus on the Demon King's army, as it was currently their opponent, not the humans. Log's voice suddenly cut through the silence as he called out to Joe in a loud voice. Pointing his finger, the boy declares he doesn't need him. Grabbing the sword, Log notes he mostly crafts junk. The sword flew onto the table. Such uselessness, he said, will not even stop a horde of demons. The crowd mocked him, backing Loa the mage as a scammer, and that gold could buy way better gear. The young man asked if that meant the Order no longer needed him. Once they agreed, Log snapped obey or leave, then kicked them to the curb. Those words shook him to his core. Joe remembers Logan calling his gun the best. Accepting Logan's words, the boy agreed, "Everything will be as you want." Joshua lurks by the door. The mockery from others deeply affected the boy, filling his soul with sadness and despair. On the elongated continent of Medias, stretching from north to south, there is a human state in the north and a realm of demons in the south. Having left the Order, Joshua headed to the southern front in search of new work. The boy needed a way to make some cash. He wields creation magic, crafting anything in a special dimension by combining materials on hand. Almost everything necessary is already in place, so the boy took only a backpack and his friend Visa with him. Something was off. He felt it instantly. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him and rushed ahead. He spots an injured girl nearby, barely standing as she tries to flee. Joe stops the girl, demanding to know why she's here. A voice shouts nearby, ordering her to stop and mocking her as a half-demon. In the crowd, shouts did not cease. Everyone admired her beauty, whispering that along with the wolf skin, she would make a wonderful prize that could be sold at a good profit. But first, according to their words, her value needed to be assessed. Joe immediately realized he had found himself among slave traders. The boy demanded they stop. Shielding the girl, he demands to know if they forgot slavery is illegal here. The thugs demand his name, vowing to kill him along with the rest. The boy's magic engulfs everything. The menace weapons have disappeared somewhere. The stunned trader asks where his axes went, but Joe already smashed everyone. He warps their axes to another dimension, instantly reforging them into elite weapons. Joshua summoned silver steel arrows from thin air. They fired arrows straight at the targets. She watched in awe as he crushed every opponent. Thoughts of the old excitement before the fight flashed through Joe's mind after all. So much time had passed since the last match. Fortunately, the opponents this time did not seem too dangerous. The captivated wolf has already managed to escape. He asks if she's okay, and she thanks him, saying she's fine. Hearing she's safe, the girl suddenly clutches her side. Joe tells her to stay still, promising to help. Without hesitation, the boy turned to healing magic. Her wounds vanished, leaving her skin flawless. He's no healer. His legs are fine, but that gut wound could still reopen. He skillfully created fabric products. Joe asked if she could bandage the wound. The injured person nodded in agreement. Bandages finished, he yanks the knot tight. Grateful but late, the stranger introduces herself as Elijah and confesses she's a demon. After he proved that he really remembered her name, Elijah, the boy smiled and introduced himself, Joshua. She stood to thank him, but sharp pain sent her stumbling right into Joe's arms. She's weak from blood loss, so he offers to walk her home to keep her safe from attackers. She tried to apologize and protest, but he cut her off. Calming her down, he confidently smiled, handed the backpack to Visa, and made it clear that there was nothing to worry about. Jill picked Elijah up in his arms. She instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Embarrassed, the young man apologized and timidly asked if he should have carried her himself. Ilya just smiled and assured him that everything was fine as it was. Seeing the bodies, Joshua remembered that he had almost forgotten about their gear. He grips her tight, instantly stashing their gear in an extra dimension. The girl asked what he had just done, and what he had been doing before that. The boy replied that it was the magic of creation he had hidden, all the things in a magical storage. The time has come to hit the road. The girl reveals this is her home village. Stunned, Joshua asks if she's for real. Their appearance caused a real stir among the guards. One of the subordinates approached Mrs. Celia, announcing that she was being sought. Without hesitation, she declared that it was a man and instantly thrust a spear into the boy's neck. The girl demanded, "Release the lady now." Elijah orders Matt to retreat. This kid saved her life. When asked again about her husband, she just waved it off, saying that she doesn't believe in such things. Ilya's words cost her everyone's trust. Warriors swarmed Joshua, pinning him with their spears. There's no escape. Refusing to fight, he carefully lowered the girl to the ground. She immediately expressed her gratitude. Her sincere appreciation shone in her eyes. After apologizing for his cruelty, the guy was about to leave, but she stopped him. She hadn't thanked him yet, so she asked him to stay. She asked in surprise why he was apologizing if she was actually the one at fault after all. She never dared to stand up for herself. Her name escaped his lips. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed from afar. Someone was hurrying to warn about the rapidly approaching danger. A teammate fought an armored boar and got gored by its horn. Everyone present condemnedly recalled how many times they had been warned to stay away from conflicts with these people. Incredible, but before him stood the very armored boar that legends spoke of. They say that to defeat such a giant, at least a dozen hunters are needed. The girl called out to Joshua. Grateful Ilya asked them to stay in the village to have the opportunity to express his thanks. Joe hesitantly admitted that he only possessed the most basic healing magic, but promised to do everything possible to help. Tension spikes with every step as they close in on the wounded man's hideout. She pushes through the crowd, rushing to the guy to check if he's okay. With a light self-irony in his voice, the man apologized to Ilya, as he had not been able to get good meat for the children as he had wanted. To save his kids, he recklessly charges the armored boar. Seeing the wounded demon's surprise at the unexpected encounter with a human, the woman quickly asked him to calm down. Captivated by her experience, the girl spoke with a tremor in her voice, telling that it was this man who saved her. She cautiously inquired how he was feeling. Joe replied that the injury was serious, and right now the main thing was to stop the bleeding before it became even more critical. Weighing everything, the young man understood treatment, although necessary, might slightly prolong the healing of the wound itself. Joshua explained that the available means are insufficient to stop the bleeding, so he suggested cauterizing the wound. For this, he will need his friend S help. They asked Viz for his take. Without hesitation, the young man willingly shared his piece of slime. The boy sincerely thanked him for the gift. Taking advantage of the moment, I prepared a healing potion. After completing all the preparations, the young man announced that they could begin. At the very start, a warning about inevitable pain was sounded, and patients were immediately informed about it. The man noticed with surprise that the pain had disappeared somewhere. The bleeding suddenly stopped, which greatly surprised the boy. Joe explained mucus potion in medicine works like a bandage. Enthralled, Elijah asked if the wound had healed yet. The discussion revolved around the incredible chance of survival after a near-fatal injury. The girl was no less surprised than the others. Having confirmed that he was still alive, the man turned to Joe with sincere gratitude. They looked at the young man with gratitude. The girl was overwhelmed with gratitude for her boyfriend's constant support, but she was at a loss as to how to express it. However, he just waved it off, assuring her that it wasn't worth worrying about such trifles. The satellite insisted that Ilya rest until the wound healed, considering it the most important thing. The girl brushed it off, saying she felt great and intended to settle up. Suddenly, weakness overcame her again, and her name echoed in the cold. The woman suggested that she take a break, but she stubbornly insisted on receiving payment for her help. The girl promised to take care of him and do everything possible to ensure he didn't disappear from her life. The girl was sent on vacation so she could recharge. Unexpectedly for herself, the girl looked at the young man and already opened her lips as if she was about to say something. Met introduced her name and sincerely thanked for the rescue of Ilya and their friend. The young man merely shrugged as if to say there was no need for thanks and was already preparing to leave. However, the girl stopped him, reminding him of the Princess S request. Metu explained that in their tribe, the word of the princess is law and is not open to discussion. Joe asked if she was sure, as he was an ordinary person. To this, the girl replied, although people are not particularly fond of others, in reality, they fear them more than they hate them. Despite all the circumstances, the girl noted he is nothing like ordinary people. Yonka hesitates, but another request for him has already ripened in her mind. Clenching her teeth, she barely dared to express her request. Suddenly grabbed him tightly by the hands. Met insisted on being taught at least some magic. Monsters and people were wary of approaching, but he, unlike everyone else, saved those who were in trouble. Monsters particularly value demon horns, considering them a true treasure. The girl offered him to take her horn, or even her whole body, considering it fair. But the young man immediately stopped her, asking her to cease. Naming her, the young man admitted that he himself did not know enough about magic to teach anyone. However, the boy emphasized that he can create a wide variety of things. What she heard impressed the girl. A true mage creator is distinguished by the ability to create a wide variety of things. Joshua, as promised to take on the creation of necessary things for the village, brought genuine joy to Maddie. There was a lot of weaponry lying around that had long been out of order. Carefully examining the weapons, the boy noticed that the handles were carved from branches. Most of the tips were made of sharpened stone or bones, and occasionally there was obsidian. The young man pondered. In response to the boy's question about how many villagers use bows and slings, Met explained that these weapons are not favored here. Locals prefer hunting by stalking and using spears. That is how they attack their prey. Understanding the situation, the boy promised to create a weapon that anyone could use. When Joe mentioned the crossbow, the girl startled in confusion. She had never encountered such a word before. Having announced his intention, he set about crafting a crossbow. The girl wondered if this self-shot, which had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was the work of the gods. The boy just smiled. She was saying that again. In reality, it was the magic of creation. He suggested she boldly take the new weapon in her hands. Enthusiastically examining the crossbow, Met noted that this weapon resembled both a bow and an axe, and just a moment later, he asked how to use it. In response, Joe promised to demonstrate everything with his own example. Joshua asked Wiz to finally put down the sticks. That guy announced that he would now open fire on them. Hearing this, the girl was taken aback and did not hide her doubts. It seemed incredible to her that he could hit the target from such a distance. The young man effortlessly knocked down the arrows shot from the crossbow. The girl couldn't believe that he hit the target from such a great distance, and Joe suggested that she try her skills as well. The boy suggested practicing a bit and then going hunting to test their skills. The shy girl quietly agreed. The children watched everything that was happening with fascination. Her shot hit the target precisely. The young girl happily noted that her shooting had significantly improved and was genuinely fascinated by the weapon. The boy nodded approvingly. 5 accurate shots out of 10, and consecutively, was quite an achievement. Met with a self-satisfied smile, noted that she could handle almost any weapon. All thanks to a special sign. Joe replied in surprise that he had never heard of such an ability. Marks are a unique gift that every being comes into the world with. For example, the sign of the swordsman allows one to hone the skill of wielding a blade, while other symbols open the way to developing special abilities. As it turns out, their distinctions differ from those of humans. Met assured that Ashura is omnipotent, so she also has extraordinary abilities. Not letting him finish, she suddenly interjected that her sign was actually incredible. The young man guessed perhaps she meant his combat skills. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he added that now they would have to test it in practice. The boy asked if there was any light entertainment nearby. The girl replied with a smile that only wild boars roam here, and even they seem to be armored, although sometimes they are hunted as well. The young man noted that such boars are quite suitable, so they will be the first prey. Met did not object. Joshua assured that dealing with boars with such a spear should be easy. However, if any animal suddenly got too close, he asked whether the spear was really her best weapon. Met pondered and admitted that she knew how to use a spear, but usually held a stick in her hands during a fight. The girl's words touched his soul, and he decided to try to change his approach for her. The resourceful guy forged a mace for her. The girl took the weapon in her hands, was a bit surprised, and excitedly noted that it was the perfect gift for her. Conflicting emotions swirled within her. Admiration and astonishment intertwined as she looked at this weapon. Met noted that the structure resembles metal rods, comparing it to wings attached to a migratory bird. Now, the fears have vanished without a trace. Joshua's reaction to Met's approval is genuine joy. Finally, the words of farewell were spoken. It is time to move on. Having assessed the situation, she noticed one boar stood motionless right in the middle of the clearing, so engrossed in food that it didn't notice anyone around. She was told that they would start the hunt with him. He noted that his head needed to be soft enough and cautiously asked if she could insert it inside. The girl simply smiled confidently and assured him, "Trust me." Tightly gripping the weapon, the predator aimed and shot at the wild animal. A precise hit filled the girl with joy. In my soul, joy blossomed from how easily I managed to cope with this task. Smiling, Joshua directed his gaze at her. His call to search more carefully rang out, and Met readily agreed. In a moment, the mushrooms tracked down and herded several wild boars together. She couldn't understand how she managed to handle 3 bulls so easily. She admired the weapon and did not hide her surprise. Meanwhile, the young man quietly reminded her to speak less loudly. Before they could apologize, a huge shadow unexpectedly loomed over their heads. Before him emerged a gigantic boar in heavy armor. The girl took all the blame upon herself. The boy denied it, suggesting that he was most likely attracted by the smell of blood. Apologizing, Met suggested to the guy to run away, promising that she would draw attention to herself. But he stopped her, asking her not to rush and not to worry in advance. In response to the girl's question about whether he could handle it, Joe replied, "The army of the Demon King is already taking steps to subdue them." According to him, it was because of this that, as a child, he and a friend dared to stand up against one of them. The young man confidently assured that the opponent's movements were simple, so he would easily stop him. As soon as that happens, the girl would only need to strike the enemy on the head with a mace with an iron handle. The girl agreed to this plan. Once, when he was still a child, he had already overcome such things. If he can handle it now, it means he has become weaker than he was in childhood. A concerned friend immediately warned him to be careful. Calmly reassuring her that everything would be fine, he began to consume. Joshua created stone tips and threw them with force right at the head of the pine. Suddenly, the boy threw a stone filled with sand at him and shouted to Meta it was time to act. Considering this, the girl decided to go on the offensive. Leaping up suddenly, she swung the mace and struck the tusked monster. The beast roared in pain throughout the area. Joy filled the young man after this victory. The boar, struck down, fell heavily to the ground. The victory over the armored boar seemed incredible to her. Joe admitted that everything was true, and for that, he was brutally beaten. The young man noted that it is better to be simpler than the cunning warriors of the Demon King's army. Moreover, she has now experienced the true power of the crossbow and the mace firsthand. Met was thrilled, admiring these truly impressive weapons. The unexpected answer stunned the young man. It reminded me how an old friend didn't even notice all his efforts, spoke disdainfully about his weapon, and ultimately called him a freeloader. Joshua remembered the last time someone thanked him for what he had done. Suddenly, the girl called out to him by name, pulling him out of his thoughts. He awkwardly apologized, adding that he was glad to hear her voice. Joe promised to make even more weapons for them. Smiling, the girl suggested he try something else, promising that she would be very grateful. While resting in his room, Ilya watched everything that was happening through the window. Met noted that then other clan members would be able to hunt with him and seek advice. The boy simply smiled and agreed in response. Such a reaction to his actions brought the boy true happiness. The loot brought to the clan caused genuine admiration and astonishment. No one could imagine that it had single-handedly defeated all the enemies. Ignoring all doubts, the girl proudly declared that she managed on her own, and all thanks to Arbat Joshua. Everyone was amazed by Arbat, not even suspecting what he was capable of. Miss Ilya could not believe that he had dared to take such a risk for them. The girl had no idea how to repay the young man for everything he had done. Joe simply replied that he needed nothing. The young man said that he plans to stay here for a while to make weapons and tools for them. In exchange, he asked for food and shelter, and also promised to help with hunting when he has a free moment. In surprise, the girl involuntarily glanced at Matt, but he only stopped her thanks with a warm smile and a light gesture of his hand. Evening was approaching, so they excitedly announced the festive feast, calling everyone to join in the merriment immediately. The next morning, The young man opened his eyes when the birds' voices played nearby. Upon waking, I first noted how soundly and peacefully I had rested that night. The young man exhaled quietly, while Lady Ilya rested peacefully beside him on the bed. Seeing the girl, Joshua froze in surprise. He couldn't wrap his head around how Ilya could appear here, since she had just shown them the tent and immediately left. Suddenly, a sound of docking echoed in the air. On the other side, the young man noticed that Met was lying next to him, holding his hand tightly. She barely murmured that he wouldn't go anywhere. While the guy stood in complete astonishment, Ilya had already opened his eyes. Waking up, the girl greeted the boy with a good morning. Shocked, Joshua couldn't help but ask why they were there. The girl hurried to assure him they were just trying to warm him up. Despite everything, Met did not give up and stubbornly kept him close. That was Ilya's order. Eventually, the girl stopped her mumbling and addressed her by name. Feeling uncomfortable, Ilya asked her not to say incomprehensible things in her sleep. Waking up, the girl stretched, scratched her nape, and cheerfully greeted Mrs. Elijah and Joshua with a good morning. Thanking the boy for his actions yesterday, the girl promised to help if needed. The boy was confused, not knowing how to behave in this unusual situation. As soon as Met got to her feet, Joshua asked if she was going hunting. The girl nodded and said that she was indeed setting off, taking yesterday's Arbat with her. The young man nodded, assuring that he understood everything, and suggested starting to make weapons for other demons. Everyone gathered closely together, holding their breath, watching as Joe skillfully forged weapons for them. A pile of weapons lay scattered on the floor, a bow, a crossbow, and a heavy mace. The demons watched the boy and his unusual abilities with fascination. Taking the bow in her hands, Met shared that her grandfather was a true master of archery, and then demonstrated how to properly draw the string. Suddenly, there was a crack. The bow shattered into pieces. The girl awkwardly apologized, explaining that she didn't want to try too hard. The boy behind her asked in confusion how she managed to break such an expensive bow. Joe just waved his hand, as if to say it was no big deal. He would make a new one in no time. It seemed that the demons were too powerful, so bows would hardly help against them. Mrs. Elijah stood confidently with a bow in her hands, drawing the string. The boy asked if she would be able to use it. At first, the girl hesitated and refused, but seeing how others participated, the young man watched closely and eventually handed her an arrow. Grabbing it in her hands, the girl pulled the string back again along with it. The girl reached out her hand, and the arrow slipped from the string and flew straight into the forest. Elijah asked if she did everything correctly. Joshua, not hiding his surprise, exclaimed how far the arrow flew and noted that it was her first shot. An unexpected thought occurred. Perhaps the girl has a hidden talent for shooting. At these words, her cheeks flushed lightly. Once, in a free moment, Joshua advised her not to forget about training and handed her a few arrows. Shyly smiling, the girl with the quiver of arrows tightly pressed to her chest quietly thanked him. Looking back at the target, he noted that it would be safer with armor and ordered her not to move. The girl exclaimed in fear, trying to understand what was happening. The young man calmly explained that he was going to take her measurements using the wind. He just put some worthless armor on the girl. Finally, the words were spoken. Everything is ready. Met, seeing the armor, exclaimed in admiration about its strength. Now boar's horns were no longer a threat to her. And Ilya couldn't believe how such a marvel had been created so quickly. Waving her hand, she cheerfully announced, "Soon everyone will return home." Joshua turned back to Lady Elijah. I asked if strong trees grow here. The endless blue of the sky vividly contrasted with the lush green of the trees that hung above like a luxurious living canopy. Jewel teaks. These trees are distinguished by their extraordinary strength. No axe can take them down, and flames cannot catch onto the wood. It is precisely because of this resilience that they are so valued, as among other species, jewel teaks hold a prominent place. A thought crossed Joshua's mind. These trunks are too thick. Even with the brand new steel axe he was counting on, he would have to sweat a lot before he could fell them. Instead of arguing, he suggested looking for other trees this way. There would be a greater chance of finding the right one. Seeing the girl, he called out to her. In response, Yelya cheerfully suggested it was time to test their brand new axes. On the swing under the tree, the girl was happily swinging, and the boy nearby noted that, perhaps, over time she would manage to cope with it. The impact was so powerful that it pierced the tree through and through, leaving the boy frozen in shock and awe. The girl was delighted to see the tree being cut down, while the boy stood frozen in complete astonishment. The young man couldn't believe that the blow was so powerful. Even an ordinary tree would hardly withstand such a tool. His companions immediately admired Ilya's skill and decided to follow her example. The girl enthusiastically noted that this axe was a real treasure, but Mr. Joshua merely remarked that it was just an ordinary steel axe. The boy pondered the muscle strength of demons significantly exceeds that of humans, and Ilias increases it 10 times faster than anyone else. In front of them, stacks of wood were neatly piled one on top of the other. Joe's impression was obvious. He couldn't help but make an enthusiastic comment. The girl smiled joyfully, having successfully dealt with the trimming, and pondered how to transport the heavy bales. The young man didn't hesitate and immediately suggested a solution to keep all the things with him. The young man took the initiative. Elijah, once again admiring his strength, heard in response, "There is always someone stronger in the world, and he has already shown that himself." However, with so much wood, one can really make quite a lot of useful things. When she asked about future plans, the girl heard that he wanted to build a palisade, a fortification to protect the village from outsiders at night. She awkwardly admitted that she had no idea what a palisade was. Ilya said that the real disaster for the village has become the armored boars these animals often sneak in at night, cause damage, and leave behind a real mess. A moment of silence, and the girl noticed that the night always conceals danger. The boy explained that is why a palisade is built around the village to protect people from external enemies. Before this, the young man suggested going back and asked if there was any elevation closer to the center of the village. The girl agreed and led him to where it was needed. When they arrived at the place, she confidently pointed out, "This is the very spot." He asked if anything was being built in this place. Ilya sadly denied it. Nothing was being constructed here. He asked again, and then she explained previously there was only some kind of festival held here. Joshua asked if he could build something on this site. The girl just smiled in response, assuring him that the gods would be pleased if they used this land for their benefit. Having thanked, the gentleman started a conversation about construction. Before the girl's eyes, the young man built a magnificent tower, which caused her genuine astonishment. The demons from the village could not understand what kind of wonder was emerging on the hill. Throwing her head back, the girl exclaimed with admiration the scope of his work exceeded everything she could imagine. He replied that he would manage if the task wasn't as difficult as this one, and suggested going upstairs. Ilya agreed. Climbing up, a breathtaking view of the entire village opened up before their eyes. The girl admired in amazement. She never imagined she would see her hometown from such a height. The young man agreed. This sight is truly enchanting. Joshua noted from here, Meta and the rest of the hunters are clearly visible. Elijah added that the hunt is going well, with everyone diligently fulfilling their role. The young man asked her about her well-being and noted that now all events around them were open. The woman agreed and said that from now on, they would know when the monsters would sneak up on them. The young man emphasized that it is important to establish constant surveillance of the surroundings here in order to notice and warn about any danger in advance. Having planned to install towers around the entire perimeter, he explained the concept with 4 sides. The Virgin Mary agreed, promising to find people with more sensitive feelings. In the end, she sincerely thanked him. Joshua firmly announced his intention to build a palace and asked Elijah to support him to convince the peasants to gather stones for the strengthening of the future building. Without hesitation, Elijah agreed to help. The benefactor thanked her, promising to build wonderful walls for them. What they saw stunned everyone. The faces of the girl and the boys behind her turned pale, and cold sweat broke out from the shock. Thanks to his efforts, a tall wooden wall grew around the village, reliably protecting the residents from dangers. The young man announced that he had prepared everything. The girl contemptuously asked if he considered himself a god. To this, the boy replied that everything succeeded only thanks to their support. Joshua assured that now they could rest without worries. Mia happily noted that the catch this time was indeed substantial. There would be more than enough meat. Those who helped transport the haul could not contain their excitement as they looked at the impregnable wall. Its size impressed everyone. Juicy meat was grilled on skewers. Met admitted with surprise that she could not have imagined catching so many wild boars. Ilya nodded, adding that this was only possible thanks to Mr. Joshua. Smiling, the girl nodded, emphasizing once again that he was the reason for everything that was happening. She noticed how a wall had instantly risen around the village. It all looked as if they had found themselves in a dream. Ilya supported her words, agreeing that it was a true miracle, like a dream come true. The princess announced that she would be leaving the company for a short while. Elijah assured that it was worth reaching out if anything was needed. Joshua replied that there was no reason to worry, and Met added that now it was her turn to take care of the guy. The girl has already left. The girl asked the boy how he liked the meat. He happily noted that the dish was prepared excellently. Joe asked if anyone had taught her to cook, to which Mitt replied that she had borrowed many culinary secrets from her own mother. Joshua enthusiastically noted that the meat was perfectly cooked, from the flavor to the very sear. The guy smiled and remarked that such skill could only be instilled by good parents. The girl nodded, confirming his guess. She admitted that she ended up here thanks to the support of her parents and her predecessor, Mrs. Elijah. The young man emphasized that the former chief played a special role in the fate of each tribe member. Without hesitation, Met replied he would still have to meet the orcs. The young man inquired about the orcs, and the girl shared a story with him. 10 years ago, orcs invaded their lands, loudly proclaiming humans have been defeated. Now it is they who have the right to possess this territory. 10 years ago, the first major battle ended in the defeat of the human allies. And then the Demon King's forces began to rapidly advance north, expanding their power. People suffered great losses, but the boy had no idea that the demons suffered just as much. Met admitted that she was still a child, so she didn't know all the details. One day, she called the other children along with Mrs. Elijah to have fun in the southern ravines. Carefree moments ended as soon as the children noticed the shadows of monsters. Over time, particularly gigantic orcs appeared on the horizon. Undoubtedly for the demons, their horns had considerable value. After negotiations with the orc leader, an agreement was reached, but despite this, they still set out to search for demons. The orcs noticed the unusually long horn of Lady Ilya and were determined to obtain it at all costs. A little girl, shielding others with her body, shouted at them to immediately run to the village. What she saw horrified her. And behind the orc, Métis was already sneaking up, preparing to strike the monster. Knocking the girl off her feet, the orc contemptuously called her a worthless insect. Suddenly, a giant stone is rushing towards him, heading straight for his head. With fury, Ilya hurled a stone at these monsters. An enraged orc, unable to withstand such audacity, decisively approached her. "The fun is over," he growled, grabbing her by the horn. The horn had been torn from her head. Gripped by terror and with tear-filled eyes, Met desperately called for Miss Elijah. Suddenly, a woman appeared and swiftly attacked the orc that was in his hand. Met's relatives recognized her parents and, calling out to the girl, immediately ordered her to flee with Ilya. Together with Lady Ilya, the girl rushed to flee to the village while her parents desperately held off the orcs. However, looking back, she saw that only their heads remained on the ground. Lady Ilya bowed and tearfully asked for forgiveness. Nevertheless, Met still believed that she was the one to blame for the tragedy. The boy assured that she is not to blame for anything and did nothing wrong. All the sins lie solely with the orcs. The girl, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, confessed that she had heard the same from the very top. After all these events, the leader set off to the orcs alone. When he returned, he held a child's horn in his hands, and his own horn was no longer there. Before his death, the man entrusted Elijah to take care of everyone. The girl said that his grave is located right in the center of the village. The girl, stunned by what she saw, pointed to the spot and asked in surprise what had been built there. The young man, a bit embarrassed, recalled that he had just erected a tower there that morning. The confused Met wondered if he had gone too far. Joshua replied that he created it only because Elijah said the gods would also be pleased. Hearing this, she agreed that she would indeed be glad Mrs. Ilya was not too concerned about such things and sincerely apologized. Returning to the topic of Ilya, the young man asked what she is doing now. In response, the girl mentioned that she could practice with her bow, which she had received recently. Yulia said that with this bow she could protect everyone. Her belief in her own talent was strengthened by Joshua's words. He said that shooting was in her blood. Joe thought after everything she showed today with the bow and axe, she probably has some sign that enhances her weapon mastery. The young man asked if she knew under which sign Ilya was born. The girl replied that she meant Hania. In their tribe, no one bore such a sign. He noted that this is something new for him. Met mentioned that there are rumors this cross has healing powers. The girl noticed that Ilya so good to the point of self-forgetfulness, she often imposes too many responsibilities on herself. Met shared details about yesterday's event. It turned out that when Joe rushed to help her, she deliberately distracted the superstitious crowd to save the demon child. Her action truly deserves respect, as from now on, she is not just an ordinary girl, but a princess and the leader of the tribe. The girl tries in every way to dissuade the princess from risking her own safety. The young man confirmed her words and promised to help as well. She thanked him, noting that his support was truly inspiring. This scene suddenly prompted the girl to one thought, and she asked everyone to pay attention to her. Suddenly, Met announced that she had decided to marry Joshua. The boy was so stunned by what he heard that he even choked on his food. Turning to her, he couldn't contain his surprise. Everyone around froze in astonishment, but at the same time, happy smiles appeared on their faces. A thought crept into Joshua's mind. Does she really dream of him staying close and starting a family with her? He halted this train of thought, turned to the girl, and began to explain she didn't need to make anything up because he wasn't planning to go anywhere anyway. From behind the boy, Ilya radiated the aura of Oni, causing Joe to fall silent instantly. Ilya did not hide her dissatisfaction with Mete's behavior, noting that her words towards Mr. Joshua were extremely inappropriate. The unexpected appearance of Ilya stunned the boy. Meanwhile, Metet noted that he would no longer be able to leave the village because of this marriage. The girl admitted that it was not her own desire. Support from their side would have helped her much more. Ilya replied that in that case, she would become his wife. A dispute broke out among the girls, each wanting to become Joshua's wife. But the boy hurried to calm them down, saying that a wedding was not necessary. He would still live in the village anyway. Moreover, he assured that he would stay here for a long time. The boy was overcome with discomfort. Realizing that they could no longer be stopped, he turned back. As he headed to his tent, Joe announced that he was going to sleep. The chirping of birds woke the young man at dawn, finally forcing him to open his eyes. Girls appeared again on both sides, firmly holding his hands. Elijah's voice cut through the silence as he addressed Joshua. The girl asked him about his plans for the day. The young man remembered that he had already accomplished the most important thing, but there were still many unresolved issues in the village. The young man's fervent intention is to make as many tools as possible, but for that, iron is absolutely necessary. So he called out to the girls, hoping for their help. The man inquired if there were any places nearby where reddish-brown or metallic shiny stones could be found. The woman noticed that she had encountered similar creatures before they rolled down from the mountains. At the same time, there had never been any of them on the plains or in the surrounding forests. The girl spoke about a cave called Asta, which was hidden in the forest at the foot of the mountain, a little further to the southwest. Hearing this, the young man curiously asked if it was possible to get there. Inside, only bats live, and for over 100 years, no one has dared to approach here. Joe replied that the real trouble is the mice, but if there were fewer of them, this misfortune could still be managed. Considering all the circumstances, Elijah suggested that they accompany him and go to the cave together. Met expressed a protest and firmly stated that she would handle the task herself. After expressing her request, the girl suggested that the princess stay in the village. The young man thought perhaps she does not want to put him in danger. Ilya was already ready to object. Joshua supported Matt, noting that when the clan leader faces trouble, everyone gets worried. Ilya, although not without hesitation, still gave his consent. Mittel sincerely thanked him for his help. The boy promised that the check would not take much time, and they would return quickly. The girl, however, asked them to be careful. Before them stood a cave that exuded a chilling sense of dread. The young man suggested that before them was probably the same famous Astro Cave. The girl volunteered to explore the cave, but the boy insisted on caution. He warned that a bat bite could lead to a dangerous disease, as these creatures are extremely vulnerable. It was his advice to first assess the situation. Having lit the torch, the young man asked the girl to throw it into the dark cave as soon as he gave the signal. Reminding that if there were many bats here, they would have flown out in fright, the young girl threw the torch inside. A burning torch flew swiftly into the cave. Joe wondered what the sound was, as if a stream was gurgling somewhere. He suggested hiding in the bushes and observing for a while. The noise gradually became more pronounced. Met immediately sensed that something unusual was approaching. What she saw stunned the girl. She froze in surprise. From the depths of the cave, a strange creature suddenly emerged, covered in a mysterious substance and accompanied by a characteristic mooing. The girl was quite surprised, so she hurried to ask what it was. The young man replied that before them was a dust slime, one of the mutants, a monster that devours everything in its path. Unlike ordinary slimes, this creature can dissolve even metal and stone. Not the mightiest opponent, but it has its own special tricks. When overwhelmed by numbers, it is easier to handle, so the boy suggested calling on demons for help to summon Ilya. The girl glanced at the enemy. The opponent didn't seem so formidable after all. She confidently declared that she would deal with him without difficulty and charged into battle. She assured that seeking help from Lady Elijah was futile. Joshua asked her to stop, as this weapon would not submit to her anyway. She completely disregarded someone else's words and boldly asked, "How do you imagine that?" Without wasting any time, she thrust the spear into the slime. But unexpectedly for everyone, the slime instantly absorbed the weapon. The young man insisted that she immediately throw the spear, but the girl stubbornly refused, reminding him that he had made this weapon for her. Suddenly, the slime spat out the spear and the girl was thrown to the ground. The boy began to conjure, creating a magical shield around himself. Having caught it with his shield, he was already preparing to create a new masterpiece. In an instant, a protective wall appears around them. Joshua stops the bullet and quickly lifts Matt into his arms. The young man asked if she was okay, but the girl just apologized. He hurried to reassure her. There was no need to worry. Looking disdainfully at the dust slug, Joe was only confirmed in his assumptions. He really preferred moving targets. A thought crossed my mind, maybe I should let the girl go and deal with him on my own. But at that very moment, a girl with blonde hair rushed past. The unexpected caught Joe off guard. That was Elijah. The girl observed everything that was happening with focus and seriousness. A slimy mass loomed over her. A malicious glare flashed in the girl's eyes. She was already tensed, preparing to leap at the monstrous mutant. She dealt with him instantly, leaving him no chance at all. Amazed by the girl's incredible agility, Joshua couldn't believe his eyes. Handling the huge dust slime so quickly seemed simply unreal. Thinking about the simplest movements Joe made yesterday, he wondered how many times she swung that object then. The tired demons finally reached Mrs. Ilya. The boy noticed that the villagers had joined her, and at that moment he called out to Ilya. The girl sincerely apologized, but the lady just waved her hand, as if to say to forget about it. Moreover, she assured that she understands her and all her experiences. The clan leader stated that her main calling is to protect everyone, and it is for this reason that she lives. Clenching the hem of her dress in her hand and gathering all her courage, Matty loudly addressed Mrs. Ilya. The girl promised herself she would become stronger, strong enough to protect both herself and her loved ones. The clan leader had high hopes for her. Joe believed that Ilya and Matt felt a genuine affection for each other, and that was why they worried about each other too often and acted awkwardly together. A thought arose in my mind, what a lovely couple this really is. The lady strongly advised to take care of one's own safety and to unconditionally follow Mr. Joshua's instructions. She anxiously noted that it is dangerous to ignore his words. After all, if something happens to him, who will help then? Meat apologized to him for his haste. The guy just smiled awkwardly, admitting that he was to blame. He miscalculated his strength. Ilya noted that she still needed to rest since she had injured her thigh. The girl should return home. After the victory over the slime, she will be able to calmly gather resources with the other demons, so there is no reason to worry. The demons silently supported the choice of the clan leader, not contradicting a single word. The boy remembered that he needed to collect slime. Ilya asked why he needed it. In response, he explained that jelly made from dust slime has strength and absorbs impacts well, making it an ideal material for armor. Among other things, it is worth explaining this magical stone, extracted from the bodies of monsters, is quite large. According to him, these things come in different sizes and shades. It all depends on the specific monster. At the same time, not every monster has them. Weapons and tools made from these materials gain additional power. A light green gemstone is exactly what wind mages value. A wonderful find. The demons were discussing something animatedly when suddenly Joe interrupted them, reminding that it was time to move on. He noted that there shouldn't be any animals here due to the twilight slug. After that, the girl turned to Joshua with a question. The walls of this cave were covered with a thick layer of slime. At first glance, a regular slime creature was sitting in the corner. The young man recalled that all these beings had been living in the cave for a long time, but it seemed that one of them had unexpectedly turned into a dust slug. Suddenly, Viz jumped in with all his might. At first, he jumped up sharply, and then, like a swift beast, he darted in different directions, moving from side to side. All this time, he had been communicating with other snails living in the cave. The young man sincerely thanked his slimy friend. Joshua assured that the threat is behind, so we can move on. On the walls, a purple light flickered, as if the cave itself was blooming with mysterious colors. The girl was sure that once people called this place the Astor Cave, because the shining surface truly resembled the blooming of purple flowers. The young man assured that he would unravel the mystery hidden behind these walls and set about crafting an ice axe. As he started digging the wall, he himself did not expect to be surprised. Ilya, worried, calls out to him. It turned out to be not ordinary iron, but purple. At first, no one understood what he meant, until the guy explained this metal is 3 times stronger than regular one. This is one of the few metals capable of withstanding even magical blows. Among people, it is valued particularly highly. Along with orichalcum and mithril, it is used exclusively by the nobility and royal families. The man noted that this is an exceptionally high-quality metal. It will make excellent weapons and strong armor. The man announced that he would now make picks for everyone so that everyone could try to extract more. Gradually, everyone started to gather resources. Some eagerly immersed themselves in work, while others allowed themselves to simply admire the beauty around. The demon pulled out a pouch with ore, and nearby, the snails sprang up energetically and eagerly began to help carry the extracted treasures. Satisfied with their work, Elijah and Joshua exchanged approving glances. Upon returning home, the company loudly announced its return, inviting everyone to see how much they had managed to earn. The girl noticed that there was indeed quite a lot of it here, and the boy replied with a smile that, with such a quantity, they definitely wouldn't have to worry about anything running out. He clearly stated now he will take on the production of tools for construction axes, picks, and other utensils. In addition, he plans to make kitchenware, including pots for cooking. The man is approached with a request to forge weapons for them. After a brief contemplation, he reluctantly agrees. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Joshua's gaze focused on Princess Ilya. As soon as the girl noticed the young man, he gestured for her to come over. She curiously asked if he had really stopped making things for them. To this, the boy immediately assured her. No, he hadn't stopped, and moreover, this time he had created something special just for her. The boy forged a katana for me by hand. The girl took the handle and asked what it was. Joshua recounted that just yesterday, before starting to create the weapon, he decided to review the rural records. He felt that information about demonic weaponry could serve as an excellent guide in choosing the appropriate weapon for them. Among the papers, the boy came across a drawing of a katana. The length of the sword seemed awkward, but the boy believed she would be able to handle it no worse than her ancestors. Ilya asked if it was true that she was drawn in notebooks and why she actually needed a katana. Do you remember how after the battle with the dust slime, she said that her mission was to protect everyone? That's why the boy decided to create such a special weapon for her. The blade was tightly gripped in her palm, and she sincerely thanked Joshua, promising to cherish this precious item. With a smile, the guy assured her that if she needed help, she could turn to him without hesitation. Suddenly, Met shot a fierce glance at Joe. The girl also expressed a desire to have such a thing. Then Joshua explained, "This is a katana," and immediately promised to make another one. Met noted that this conversation seemed to awaken an ancient fire within her, and Joshua added, after all, this weapon belonged to her ancestors. Mrs. Elijah inquired how they could repay him for his kindness. The young man reassured once again that he needs nothing. In response to the care, he receives both food and a roof over his head, so there is no reason to feel any special gratitude towards him. He added that he dreams of making the village safer and more prosperous. Suspicions are once again falling on the same guy. To truly express gratitude, one first needed to solve 3 challenging tasks. Such a thought crossed my mind. First and foremost, safety is important. The young man dreams of building homes with iron beams so that no wild boar or slave trader can break through such a wall. Another important matter becomes food. Joshua noted now, everyone survives only through hunting and gathering, but such food is not always reliable. A dependable way to stable nutrition is to start practicing agriculture. The third factor is cleanliness. Frequent washing of clothes and bedding, as well as regular body care, accelerates wound healing and protects against diseases. Demons are accustomed to washing thoroughly, doing laundry, and washing their hands with water. But each time they have to go all the way to the river for it. In Joshua's mind, the idea of building an aqueduct matured this way. The village could use water more often. To implement the plan, a quarry would be needed, and he also planned to build toilets and baths. At any cost, Joshua will protect the demon village, striving for its well-being, grateful for the opportunity to help. Suddenly, a silhouette of a wolf flickered in the shadows. Suddenly, a figure rushed down the slope and rolled away with a wild howling scream. The unusual rumble both surprised and exhausted the villagers, making them look around warily. Joshua curiously asked where the howling was coming from. Elijah suggested that it sounded most like it was coming from the north. Sensing imminent danger, the boy ordered Meta to urgently warn everyone and call for maximum vigilance. In addition, he instructed the girls to find everyone who knows how to use a bow or crossbow and gather them on the northern side of the village. Everyone rushed to the northern wall. From the tower came the voice of the demon, announcing to Lord Joshua his imminent arrival from the very north. The howling grew increasingly powerful, intensifying with each passing second. The young commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle, emphasizing that the main thing was not to attack without his signal. Considering this, the goal was immediately clear. There are quite a few steps here. 12 cannot be compared to 100. Ilya noticed that they were approaching at the same speed. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared on the horizon. Elijah, frightened, called Joshua and told him what she had just seen. Amid the shadows, the silhouette of a wolf emerged. Frowning, the young man immediately recognized this figure. Transformed into werewolves, they raced away with all their might from the dire danger. Werewolves are creatures that combine traits of humans and wolves. Most often, they take on a wolf-like appearance when they go hunting or into battle. The young man had heard a lot about them supposedly. Due to human hatred, these beings are forced to live far from civilization, leading a simple, almost primitive life. The young man asked the princess if she had noticed any wounds on them. The girl nodded affirmatively. Yes, she had seen everything. In the girl's eyes, compassion shone. She immediately decided that they had been attacked by slave traders. Suddenly, a wolf cub broke away from the pack. Meta was already about to give the command to shoot, but Ms. Ilya immediately ordered to stop. The girl lifted her gaze as if she was about to say something. Ilya pointed at the bear. The young man, not letting her finish, nodded and confidently assured that he understood everything. There is no doubt it was her that the slave traders who attacked her captured. The puppy introduced itself as Merca. They are asking to be let through, and I'm trying to explain that they just want to pass, and nothing more. Ilya assured that she did not wish to be hostile. She allowed the werewolves to pass unhindered and inquired why they were fleeing. The baby said that they were attacked, and she is still in danger. If it weren't for a little more time, disaster would have caught up with them. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a fearsome roar, the very one that had relentlessly pursued the werewolves. Without hesitation, Ilya ordered Meti to let everyone into the village. The girl nodded in agreement. The mistress received an order to immediately open the northern gate. The refugees hurried towards the village. The demons seated the guests, covered them with warm blankets, and took care of everything necessary. Suddenly, Joshua felt a man sternly ordered to immediately grab each of them. The crowd advised selling one of them, claiming that the money earned would be enough for a lifetime. But there were also warnings they should not be given away, because sooner or later one would have to serve the Mongols. Shock engulfed the man, and he froze for a moment, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing the fortress, no one could understand how it ended up in such a place. Joe decided it was better to leave quietly and unnoticed, but they had hostages who were werewolves in their hands, so the man immediately ordered no one to be let inside. The young man ordered Met to shoot exclusively at slave traders. Met obediently confirmed that it would be so. The girl gave the order and added, "If you are not confident in your accuracy, do not shoot at the werewolves and do not take unnecessary risks." Grasping the bow, Ilya drew the string and froze in complete readiness. At that moment, the first shots rang out. The arrows soared into the air. At first, they flew past without causing harm, but with each new volley, they began to hit more accurately. The squad leader did not expect such a turn of events at all. The man approached them with a request to stop, assuring them that they are just people and do not plan to attack the fortress. They are only interested in half-humans. Joshua's loud voice rang out above everyone. He insisted that werewolves are people too, so he demanded their immediate release. Everyone who stayed below was stunned with amazement. Surprise engulfed everyone. They all decided that these mestizos had found an old fortress and had now set up their base there. The boy decided that it wasn't about technical matters, but now was not the best time to figure it out. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the commanders decided to cover themselves with a defense of werewolves, using them as a human shield. Met irritably called them cowards, but Joe stopped her so that she wouldn't suddenly throw herself into the fight. Tasked with cutting off people as escape routes, he had already begun to tighten the noose, when suddenly Elijah leaped off the palisade and charged into the attack. As soon as she stepped onto the ground, the princess lunged forward with her drawn katana, becoming a shield for her people and the refugees. Deeply astonished, the men could not contain their surprise and began to inquire what it was. The girl firmly grabbed the handle and swung it towards the enemy. One strike and 2 opponents fell dead. The man stood frozen in horror, watching the events unfold. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he asked in a trembling voice what was happening. Frightened and hiding behind the werewolf, he asked desperately, "Who is she?" With determination and anger in her gaze, Ilya declared that if he released the werewolf, she would grant him life. The man asked if she really desired this. The girl confidently confirmed this is exactly what she wants. The princess commanded to raise hands, but the man interrupted her before she finished the order, decisively stopping. "Stay where you are." Without wasting time, the man ordered everyone to return to the fort immediately. The blade of the sword was right next to the werewolf's snout. Her face was filled with horror and panic. Glancing up at the girl, the man flinched and gasped in fright upon noticing the expression on her face. In Ilya's eyes, the thirst for revenge and justice flared up. It was time to put a stop to this story. In an instant, the girl chopped off the slave trader's hand. Horror gripped the man, and he instantly let go of the child. Consumed by rage, the lady plotted to destroy everyone around her. However, Joshua's voice made her stop. He pleaded with her not to go any further. Clinging tightly to the log, the young man exclaimed that pursuing them further was too risky. As soon as the cowards disappeared from sight, the princess's anger instantly faded. Barely turning around, she called for Joshua. The glance thrown after those who were fleeing with all their might showed complete incomprehension of what was happening. The thirst for revenge consumed her to the point of taking away the remnants of common sense. In Joe's eyes, admiration for the princess shone brightly as he silently watched her from the bastion, occasionally diverting his gaze to the joyful crowd celebrating her victory. Met ordered to place the wounded near the fire so they could rest, and Joshua was tasked with taking care of those who had sustained serious injuries, using bandages for first aid. Moreover, she asked everyone to gather the acquired equipment in one place. The little puppy gratefully thanked the lovers for their help. This time she introduced herself in much more detail than at their first meeting. By the village gates, she called herself Merka, the daughter of the chief of the martyrs tribe. The girl was sincerely happy to meet her, and in response, Ilya introduced herself as the chief and princess of this tribe. The little puppy was lost in its thoughts. A brief pause and then she bowed, saying that she remains only a mercenary for herself. The princess assured that no ceremonies were necessary and suggested simply addressing her as Ilya. The chief's daughter took this into account and calmly replied, "Okay." Hearing the question about whether they all arrived from the north, Mark paused for a moment. Moreover, she mentioned that their home is a cave at the foot of the mountain, but recently people have been appearing there more and more often. The girl explained that the number of people had sharply increased the day before. This was the reason for the escape. Joe finally realized why everyone had gathered and asked if each of those present was really pursuing them. Merk categorically denied, recalling that among the pursuers there were once those who did not shy away from arson. Not quite understanding, the young man asked her to explain what exactly she meant. In response, the girl stated their opponents release real flames straight from their palms. Realizing that the people who released flames from their palms were the true fire mages, the boy pondered if they possessed such power. It would be hard not to notice the wooden palisade on the stone walls. He added to the conversation that they had already intended to do this earlier, and Merc, recalling the past, remembered that he was with Ilya. At that time, Joshua noted this means that those slave traders are hunting her. At that moment, someone interrupted their conversation. The angry girl accused everyone present of deliberately bringing these people to attack them. Ilya hurried to assure Met that she didn't even know about the girl's arrival. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Merc, who declared that it was a lie. The girl confessed that she had deliberately followed his scent, hoping to receive support the same kind he once gave her. Merc noted that they should have been approached earlier. That is why she has now decided to ask for help. The princess assured that in difficult times it is important to stick together, support one another, and then help will always be found. Merc sincerely thanked her for these words. Met stumbled over his words, clearly trying to say something. The girl curiously asked what they were looking for. The chief's daughter asked to be allowed to stay a little longer, assuring that they would fulfill any demand, and all the children accepted into the tribe would fight on their side. She noted that she hoped this was exactly what Merc meant, and at that moment, Joe called her loudly. Ultimately, the guy loudly reminded it has long been time to understand that slave traders hunt not only demons, but also werewolves. Only together, by uniting forces, can one escape this chaos. The demon confirmed his words. They really attacked Aaliyah, and therefore, the enemy of their enemy is their ally. She will definitely pass this news on to others. Met decided to put part of the guard on duty and quickly send the rest to rest. In addition, she instructed to prepare food and shelter for the werewolves. Princess Ilya noted that this also applies to Merca herself. She too is covered in wounds and needs rest. The she-wolf sincerely thanked her for these words. The demons took care of the displaced people. They lit a fire, replaced the blankets, and prepared food. Later, Merc dozed off. Ilya carefully wiped her with a cloth, removing all the dirt. The lady assumed she had fallen asleep, as she still feels like a child. Joe confirmed this. She must really be tired, so it's best to leave her alone. Joshua also advised her to go to bed earlier. Elijah was already quite exhausted from the fight. The girl asked how he was doing. In response, the guy assured her that after he finished with the slavers' equipment, he would also go to rest. The demon responsible for collecting the items informed the boy that everything had already been gathered and placed by the gate. The boy sincerely thanked him for this. Approaching the palisade, he was confronted with a whole mountain of various items. Weapons, armor, and everything else left behind by those people. Seeing this symbol on the items, the young man immediately recalled, this is the emblem of the Cartesian company that Joe once mentioned. The corporation Cortesia is involved in countless crimes, including illegal drug trafficking and contract killings. That is why hordes of slave traders are attacking the city. Dealing with them will be quite difficult. They are second-level fire mages. Their experience and skill significantly exceed those of the ones the clan encountered today. The boy was already contemplating how to strengthen the walls as quickly as possible, for if they are not stopped, all of this could happen again. The boy's palm pressed against something soft. The thought that this could be ironed endlessly would not leave his mind. Opening his eyes, he felt that everything around him was just as soft and fluffy. Suddenly, Joe woke up and lifted his head. A girl was peacefully dozing on him. I asked who exactly he plans to get out of the way. Barely waking up, she stretched, yawned sweetly, and greeted the young man with a good morning. The young man sank again into a strange stupor. Dreamy Joshua wondered if he really heard Merc's voice. The girl nodded. It was indeed her. After greeting her, he asked in surprise how she had learned his name. The girl replied that Princess Ilya had told her about it. The boy was surprised and wondered where this mysterious lady had appeared from again. Waking up, the team leader greeted everyone with a good morning, while Met yawned cutely, still dozing. Gathered together, they all set off for a walk around the village. Joshua's thoughts wandered through yesterday's events. Merc's stories about slave traders and fire mages. The impression of their terrible power still would not let him rest. Given his experience, the young man understands that a simple fence will definitely not be enough for them. While thoughts were swirling around the search for fire-resistant materials, Joe called out to Merc. The man asked if she had noticed a special place nearby a bare rocky area where neither grass nor trees grew. She asked if he meant a strict, cold place similar to her cave in the mountains. Merc added that a similar place exists on the other side of the Eastern River. One just needs to cross it. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and pondered. Should he risk crossing the river? The wide Eastern River flowed relentlessly downstream, and it was clear that attempting to cross it by wading was too dangerous a task. Joe wondered if there was a safer route somewhere that would bypass this treacherous spot. With sparkling enthusiasm, Met was the first to volunteer to help, and even suggested that Joshua lean on her back. However, the boy firmly rejected this idea. The boy noted that crossing the river is quite possible, but various monsters may be lurking in the water, so it is wise to first ensure that there is no danger. Meanwhile, Princess Ilya asked him if it was possible to cross the Eastern River today. The wolf cub gladly offered to show him the way to this place. Merc warned the team there are many giant boars on the way, so they should be cautious. In response, Ms. Ilya offered her help and decided to travel with them. Met also proposed her candidacy as the area was unexplored for everyone and the company was only beneficial. That guy laughed and added that it would be much calmer for him with them. Recalling the important matter, he noted we still need to make armor for Princess Ilya. Strong wooden posts, called iron nails, are erected around a powerful wooden palisade wall. The girls moved effortlessly in the armor created by Joshua, and their faces shone with an unquenchable smile. Joe addressed the puppy with a request, and Merc responded with assurance she, along with the other werewolves, would do everything possible. Thanking the young chief's daughter, the young man asked her to help find the place where that very thing was hidden. Extending a piece of clay to her, he watched as the girl carefully brought it to her nose and tried to catch its scent. Confidently taking the lead, Merc showed everyone the path they were to follow next. She stopped and said that there were many similar things here. The young man made a shovel and reported that he would check everything now. Digging into the ground, he encountered an unexpected find. The companion confirmed the girl was indeed right. Jay had no idea that finding the clay would be so easy. The wolf cub noticed that this is very common here and asked why it was needed. The creator explained how convenient it is to use this thing in everyday life. Let's say you just need to send the clay to the magical workshop and it takes on a new shape. Fire it, cool it down, and then wet it, and the material becomes perfect for further work. Skillfully working with clay, the young man shaped a ceramic mug and adorned the top with a picturesque pattern. Kneeling down, the boy offered the clay object to the shapeshifter and asked for her opinion. The creation had a more complex shape compared to the wooden one. Touching it with her paw, Merc noted that the item indeed turned out to be sturdy. With enthusiasm, he explained how bricks and tiles can be made from clay. Ilya enthusiastically noted his extraordinary knowledge and skills. Additionally, she promised that when she returned to the village, she would ask the local residents to gather clay. The young man sincerely thanked the princess. Joshua suggested moving on and exploring the surroundings. A river rushed swiftly before them. The young person gazed thoughtfully at the turbulent water. Admitting that the river was too wide, he suggested building a bridge to overcome this obstacle. The magical power sparkled in Joe's hands as he set about creating a bridge that rose straight from the air. For a moment, a bridge appeared before their eyes, spanning the river. The girls were breathless with delight and surprise. Princess Ilya carefully examined the bridge and realized, thanks to Joe's idea, they would be able to cross the river without getting their feet wet. The young man, although she had already understood everything, still clarified that this method would protect them from the swift current that could sweep people away. Recalling the river, the boy asked the puppy how it managed to get to the other side back then. The cat pointed its paw to the north and said that it is there. The river becomes narrower. It was at that place that it managed to cross to the other bank, jumping from stone to stone. Happiness blossomed on the faces of the girls. They enjoyed the gentle breeze and the melody of the noisy river, and smiles did not leave their lips for a moment. Merc assured that she feels the breath of the mountains in the north. The young man turned and looked carefully in her direction. Thoughts about how Merc and the other werewolves desperately suffered after the night's events would not leave him in peace. He wanted to somehow ease their pain, to help them heal. Seeing the joyful Ilya and Meta, the boy realized now they too were in danger. First, one should take care of protection and obtain stones for the village. After crossing the river, the squad moved on, overcoming heights and descending into valleys, until Merc finally announced that they had reached their destination. The space ahead stretched wide, scattered with massive boulders. Josh pondered that some stones showed signs of processing. It seems that stonemasons once worked here. Someone's quarry left its mark. The man asked if her observations were focused solely on wild boars, and she confirmed that, usually, it was indeed them that she had to see. Despite its strength and power, everyone tried to avoid this place. This caused genuine surprise in the boy. Joe noticed that he didn't see any animals during the walk. Matty picked up the conversation, adding that in these places one can only see small creatures, rabbits or birds. After a brief meeting, the guy suggested trying to get some stones. In response to Ilya's question about his actions, Joshua explained that he used drilling magic combining streams of wind and flame to obtain a power capable of cutting through stone. The young man tirelessly drilled the stones, preparing them for future products. Feeling unwell, Ilya saw anxiety flash in her gaze. Suddenly, the stones rose into the air. I was stunned with amazement, not understanding what was happening. Stones from all around were flying to the center, gathering together and forming a strange silhouette. What he saw deeply impressed Joshua. The stones merge, forming a huge stone giant. A look of horror froze on the boy's face as he exclaimed that it was a golem. The fire of rage flared in her eyes, and obeying an inner impulse, Princess Ilya rushed into battle, filled with determination to protect her own, even disregarding the danger. Shouting loudly, the young man commanded her to stop. Despite his warnings about the incredibly strong defense, the girl boldly launched an attack. With a single sweeping stroke of her sword, she severed his stone leg. The girl noticed how the shadow of the gallows loomed right above her. Golem tried with all his might to crush her, but the girl instantly jumped back, avoiding certain death. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. The severed leg of the giant was growing back before her eyes, as if by the wave of a magic wand. Realizing her mistake, the girl sincerely regretted her reckless act, acknowledging that hitting the golem with a bag was unlikely to cause any harm. The young man, understanding her, simply confirmed her suspicion. Noticing a red-black stone on Golem's chest, the boy explained, "This very thing gives the creature the ability to regenerate. If you want to win, strike right there." Suddenly, a look of anxiety flashed across his face. Something new caught his attention. Realizing the danger, the young man shouted that the golem had started throwing stones and immediately ordered everyone to flee, scattering in different directions. The young man turned to the girls and offered them a chance. If they dared to break this stone, he would allow them to reveal their true power. The girls exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding where this madness with the flying stones had come from. Drawing their weapons, everyone tensed up, preparing for the decisive battle. Joshua warned Merc to be careful. One just needs to focus on dodging. To this, the Wolf Cup replied with a smile that there was no need to worry. Dodging is not difficult at all. Mr. Joe nimbly dashed after the stone gully. Princess Ilya warned anxiously, "It is too risky," and concern was evident in every word she spoke. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and he assured that everything was fine. These were exactly the things he did best. Golem easily lifted the gigantic boulder weighing several tons, gripping it tightly in his hands. Huge boulders flew one after another straight at the enemy. Joe was given no respite. Using absorption, the creator instantly neutralized the golem. The monster was not stopped by this. It calmly restored its hands over and over again. As he absorbed the opponent, Joe pondered his own body, even if it was made of lifeless stone. Joshua skillfully got rid of Golem's paw again. The magician watched closely as he picked up stones to fill a palm that had long been absent. However, there is one small detail: Joe absorbs stones much faster than the monster can regenerate them. The young man persistently tried to get back on his feet. The boy confidently ordered to strike directly at the heart of the golem. Waving an iron stick, Met boasted, "This weapon can pierce anything." Hearing these words, the girl rushed towards the giant and crushed his right side with a blow. The demon murmured the name Lady Elijah, as if luring her to him. Shouting, the princess plunged into the whirlpool of battle. With just one swift swing of the sword, Golem was brought down. The heart of the monster, that shining crimson stone, split in half. Joe did not expect to pick up the gemstone and feel true awe. The princess asked if Joe had been hurt, but he immediately assured her that he was fine. The work was simply wonderful. The stone brought him so much joy that he was glowing with happiness. The girl sincerely thanked the boy, noting that the success was mostly his achievement. However, Joshua clarified that despite the joy of defeating the monster, it was actually about the stone. Mrs. Ilya wondered if such beauty could come from the golems. The young man confirmed her words. This very stone was the core of the Galames puppet. It is extremely fragile, so it usually crumbles to dust immediately after the giant is destroyed. The young man wondered if anyone had noticed how he shone. After all, that man could only become a puppet for him. The stone split in half, so it can be made into two parts at once. Ilya asked whether he could create the same creature again as the one they had just defeated, and if so, whether it would attack them again. The creator replied that it was merely a puppet, and it obeyed all commands of the one whose name was engraved on the stones, explaining that even if this item already has an owner, the owner's name can be changed. The girl admitted that it was hard for her to believe, but she was sincerely happy that they were able to help. The boy beamed with happiness, not hiding his gratitude. The support truly became a great assistance. Joshua intended to revive Golem and crafted a strange object. As soon as his words echoed, a towering stone giant rose up right before him from the bloodied half of the stone. The leader was left in astonishment. She admitted that the young man was capable of creating literally everything, even living beings. To this, he calmly replied that he wasn't sure if he could call himself a living being, but he was definitely special. Joshua asked the giant if he could carve a cube from solid stone, showing the dimensions of the future block with his hands. The giant nodded in agreement, agreeing to carry out the plan. The girls and the wolf cub found it hard to find words to describe their emotions. Just recently, the dangerous golem had unexpectedly become their ally and sincerely extended a helping hand. Without any effort, the giant lifted the heavy stone. This amazed Matt and filled him with admiration. The demoness rushed to the boulder, eager to prove her strength. She declared that she could not lose and that lifting this stone was also within her capabilities. But when a giant approached them and easily lifted the rock, Meat blushed and admitted that she could not do it with one hand. Looking back at the giant, the young man noticed that they finally had a reliable assistant. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a surprised exclamation rang out in the crowd. Disaster was approaching. Terror gripped everyone. They fixed their eyes on the giant and feverishly asked each other what kind of creature it was and which enemy dared to attack them. Behind Joshua and Elijah, a giant with massive boulders on his shoulders was approaching, but the two still couldn't figure out why everyone around was so nervous. Rand stepped forward to the residents to calm the frightened people, confidently stating that there was no reason for panic. The girl, without losing her glow, smiled warmly and explained that a golem was standing before them all. The news about the new companion, whom the girl introduced to the residents as a golem created by Joshua himself, caused a real uproar. Impressed by the creature's incredible size, the inhabitants could not contain their admiration and expressed their respect for Lord Joshua, genuinely marveling at his craftsmanship. With an interested look, the girl asked why the boy had so many stones. Expressing a desire to build the outer walls with old stone, he immediately noted that significantly more materials would be needed to realize the idea. The young man proposed to first strengthen the northern gate, considering it a matter of utmost importance. The girls were filled with excitement, but along with it, an indescribable shock took root in each of their hearts. Intrigued by what they saw, they immediately asked what this wonder was about. Meanwhile, Joe personally built a sturdy stone wall and installed exquisite gates on top that amazed with their craftsmanship. Seeing the enormous structure, Princess Elijah couldn't contain her admiration and exclaimed that it was the greatest creation among all of Joshua's works. The young man, who also couldn't hide his astonishment, admitted that even for him, such a sight was a first. It was the guy who suggested checking how strong the new walls are, and this idea immediately intrigued Maddie. The girl resolutely raised the mace, preparing to strike. The young man, frightened by the possible consequences, hurried to beg her to stop. He noted that such a strong blow could damage the entire structure, which only surprised the girl. Looking for a less risky way to check, Joe suggested that everyone lean against the gate together. Mark's words about the fire attacks worried the creator the most, so the boy couldn't help but suggest immediately reinforcing the walls. Some time passed, and the construction was once again in full swing. The giant and Joshua worked in harmony. The former lifted heavy blocks, while the latter skillfully reinforced the walls, protecting the village. The young man set about strengthening the inner walls, carefully pushing them apart to better fortify the structure. The demons, among whom was Medi, watched his work with delight. Unable to resist, they instantly rushed inside and began examining everything around, touching every little detail. Seeing such chaos, Princess Ilya sternly scolded everyone for their antics. And Joe, watching from the sidelines, could barely contain his laughter and felt extremely uncomfortable. A warm smile blossomed on his face as he watched them. Finally, after exhausting days and intense work at the construction site, the long-awaited peace has arrived. Satisfaction blossomed on Joe's face. The results were truly inspiring. He noted that the team had done an excellent job, and if they maintained the same enthusiasm, they would finish work on the north wall by tomorrow. Among other things, the young man's gaze fell on the old logs remnants of an ancient wall. With their help, sturdy shelters could be built. A happy smile lit up his face, and with excitement, the young man announced that there was much work ahead. Suddenly, the shadow of a woman's voice broke the silence around the young man. It turned out that it was Met who had lost Merc and could not find her at all. He started asking about her again. Joe remembered that he hadn't seen her in the morning. Reflecting on his words, Met explained that she had been thinking a lot lately about shared activities with Merc, and especially about the possibility of cooking together. The young man recalled how Matty used to speak very unfavorably about werewolves. Observing their hard work, she gradually felt sympathy for them. Met shows care in his own way. Gathering his strength, the young man decided to set out alone in search of the missing woman, while he entrusted the girl with preparing the food. Hearing this, she sincerely thanked him. Carefully gazing at each resident of the village of Merc, the boy suddenly noticed the princess among the crowd. A gentle smile lit up the girl's face as she greeted Mr. Joshua. The young man asked if that girl had met Merc today. After a brief pause, she replied that she did not recall any meeting with her since the morning. The thought that Merc could have gone hunting crossed his mind until the moment when Ilya noticed the werewolves passing by, and all her attention was already focused on them. The lady, deciding to join the search, suggested asking other shapeshifters if they had seen the missing person. However, the young man, weighing the circumstances, noted that everyone was so busy delivering supplies that they were unlikely to notice anything else. Carefully approaching the wolf, Joe politely apologized for the disturbance and inquired if it had encountered Merca. The young man explained that in the morning she had mentioned the mushrooms that grow by the southern bank of the river, so she headed there with a basket. While the conversation with the wolf was ongoing, Ilya the princess carefully wiped the little werewolf's face. The offer of help went unanswered. The wolf firmly refused. He explained that Joshua had already done enough for them, and they did not want to take advantage of his kindness any further. Assuring that there is no need to worry, these mushrooms are collected as a thank you to give to the demons. The outraged Mrs. Elijah exclaimed that they were not obligated to do this at all. The girl persistently begged to be allowed to stay and help, as her heart could not bear the thought of any of them dying at the hands of demons, knowing that she had the power to save them. The girl, engulfed in sorrow and bitterness, lowered her gaze to the ground as if searching for solace or answers to her worries in the grey earth. The werewolf addressed Princess Celia by name. The wolf promised to pass the request along. A genuine smile appeared on the girl. His face she sincerely thanked him and assured that they would definitely find Merca and return. Under watchful eyes, everyone observed as the half-humans distributed the mushrooms collected in barrels to the demons. Both sides were clearly nervous and wary of each other. The boy anxiously confessed that he was afraid. What if Merc had disappeared in the turbulent waters of the river? The leader, watching the sun set below the horizon, reminded that time was short and they needed to urgently speed up the search. Friends are heading south towards the river. The alarm for Merca's condition was clearly visible in the girl's eyes. Trying to calm her down, Joe assured her that he also hoped for the best, and added that with Merca's speed, there was hardly any reason for concern. Yet even these words did not dispel her worries. Thoughts about the situation would not leave the girl's mind. She was troubled by the question, why are werewolves so concerned about demons? The boy, addressing the girl, sincerely confessed that he was also familiar with Merca's feelings. After the destruction of his village, the boy was left all alone, powerless and defenseless. There was not a single soul around who wanted to shelter the helpless child. He emphasized, "No one cares for useless people." Ilya couldn't believe him from her words. At that moment, it was impossible with the skills he had now. However, he assured her that he didn't possess any skills at all back then. That is why the boy from a very young age took up textbooks on magic and fencing. Joe assumed that Merc was probably feeling the same way, as werewolves are willing to do anything to gain trust among their own. Princess Elias assured that they are not going to drive out werewolves so easily. Joshua agreed, adding that other demons realize that driving werewolves away because of this is complete nonsense. The girl's words did not go unnoticed. Her interlocutor fully agreed. She accurately pointed out that werewolves have been working with particular zeal lately. The girl politely addressed Mr. Joshua, asking for permission to discuss this matter with Merc. The young man supported her, assuring her that he shared her aspirations, and suggested starting the search immediately. Somewhere deep in the forest, a scream suddenly echoes. Someone loudly calls out the name Merc. By the lake, a blonde girl in luxurious attire stands next to a dark-haired young man. They both shout the name Merc, searching for him with their eyes around the area. Suddenly, the girl notices something important and hurriedly draws her companion's attention, gently calling him Mr. Joshua. Merc is perched on a large stone surrounded by water. Next to the girl with wolf ears stands a basket. Someone is calling her again, and she turns her gaze in their direction. Having built a bridge to the rock, the company is heading to Merca. As they walked, Joshua asked the girl if it was indeed the rising water that prevented her from returning. The girl jumps from the rock straight onto the bridge and loudly calls to the boy with the girl. Her words. Joshua, Elijah reach them. Merc asks in surprise what they need here. Ilya's face clearly shows dissatisfaction. Joshua, sensing the thickening aura of anxiety around the girl, instinctively steps back. The girl's angry scream catches Merca by surprise. He did not expect such a storm of emotions. Ilya frankly states that, unlike Kai and Joshua, he is angry specifically at the girl. Moreover, he warns her in a stern tone no more risky adventures alone. Hiding behind Joshua, Merc assures that the place is completely safe and that only mushrooms are growing around Ilya. Still indignant, asks not to keep them in suspense and reminds that if they are from the same village, they should work together, not avoiding their responsibilities. From between Joshua's shoulders, Merc emerges hesitantly and submissively assures that it won't happen again. Sitting next to Merc, Ilya gently explains to her that it is precisely thanks to the help of the werewolves, including her efforts, that they were able to find what would have remained unattainable without such support. Pressing his palm to his ear, Merc replies, although representatives of her species have a sharper sense of smell, it does not compensate for the difference in strength. Ilya counters nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter not worth attention. The girl assures that together they will be able to complement each other and overcome all shortcomings. Ilya notes that together they can create a happy life. Meanwhile, Joshua, observing this, reflects they are half humans who are accepted by neither humans nor monsters. Convinced of the girl's correctness, he agrees if half humans and werewolves unite their efforts, together they will be able to protect themselves without difficulty. Merc supports the girl, agreeing that living together will be much better. He and Ilya shake hands. The deal is made. The news that it was time to return home came from Joshua, and he also recalled that Meta had promised to prepare a delicious dinner. Merc carefully remembered this. She displayed a basket filled to the brim with mushrooms. Joshua suddenly noticed among them a charming special mushroom from Meta, and couldn't contain his surprise. The young man tells that this mushroom has the ability to cure all kinds of diseases and heal wounds. He sincerely admires Merc, and she, modestly waving it off, calls it a trifle, although her tail happily danced with pleasure. The evening slowly descends on the village. Silence has settled among the small houses, and the streets remain empty. A fragrant steam rises from the hot pot of freshly cooked soup. In the clear broth float pieces of meat and yellowish circles resembling lemons. Merc cannot believe his eyes as he examines this food. The appearance of the dish captivates Joshua. He enthusiastically talks about how appetizing everything looks. The girl with the cone smiles and explains that it's all about the pot he crafted himself specifically for her. Peering into the pot once more, Merc cannot contain her surprise. Fruits are floating among the meat in the broth. It seems that Met cannot cook at all, she thinks to herself. The girl with the horn indignantly asks her to stop saying that, as if cooking is completely beyond her abilities. Joshua suspects that Matai is offended. In front of the hero is a plate of freshly cooked, fragrant soup. Life is bustling around people, and workers are busy with their affairs. The young man notices that this dish looks much more appetizing than anything Met has cooked before. Elia tastes the soup and immediately responds enthusiastically. The flavor is extraordinary. Excited, with a blush on her cheeks, Met smiles and admits that she tried her best. Without hesitation, Merc dares to taste the dish and tries a spoonful of the soup. The girl's eyes sparkled, and a genuine surprise flashed across her face. Merc enthusiastically noted that the dish was extraordinarily delicious, and it was the first time Met had prepared something like this. The girl smiled contentedly, as if to say that there could have been no other result. The girl notes that she added mushrooms to the dish that Merc brought, and in response, she surprisingly admits that they turned out to be remarkably juicy. She had no idea it could be like that. Met, visibly pleased, asks again if this is really true. Everyone watches the conversation with smiles. Met clarifies the girl also liked these mushrooms. At first, she tries to add something, but an unexpected noise from outside interrupts her. She looks out the window and her gaze is immediately drawn to the roof of the neighboring building. Joshua unexpectedly appears behind her. He is also watching the events. On the roof stands a girl with wings, one of which is significantly smaller than the other. Merc assumes that the girl with wings probably came for their meat, and this greatly surprises Met, as he cannot believe in such motives. But suddenly, the girl's stomach growls loudly. Her cheeks are burning all the way to her ears from embarrassment, and when Met approaches, she becomes even more awkward. There is something unusual hidden in her gaze. Suddenly, the girl starts to lose her balance and falls down. Joshua bursts out shouting, trying to warn her. At the last moment, a strange creature resembling slime saves the girl, which Joshua calls Wiz. Joshua, Elijah, and others rush to the girl, anxiously examining her condition. The boy assures everyone that Wiz is a true friend, while the creature watches the girl with concern. They leaned over the girl, who had fallen with great care. Ilya suspects that the winged beauty has fainted. Met immediately notices her wing is broken. Terror overwhelms Joshua, and true fear is reflected on his face. Nearby, Merc, with a tense expression, has clenched a spoon between his lips and seems to be equally restless with anxiety. Everyone is thinking the same thing. What happened to her? Merc asks in surprise who this girl is, carefully gazing at her unconscious face. Curiosity takes over. Could this be a half-human? One by one, everyone approaches the winged girl, carefully examining her. The girl comes to her senses, clutching her face in pain. Joshua anxiously thinks that she might not say a word. He asks Ilya to prepare a bed for her, and she replies that she will take care of it in a minute. The girl with wings trembles slightly. Met offers her a bowl of warm soup, assuring her that it will help her warm up. After taking a few sips, the stranger faints again. Met is filled with anxiety, but Joshua reassures her the girl has just fallen asleep. Watching the winged one, Met finally calms down and notices that in front of him is a girl who is sleeping peacefully. Merca suspects that this girl is a real tango. In response to Joshua's new question, she explains that their house is located on a small hill to the west of her home, and all the residents there have wings. The boy admits that he has never heard of such a thing before, but he suspects that she belongs to one of the semi-human races that inhabit this area. Ilya returns and reports that the prey is ready. Joshua thanks her, but reminds her that first they need to heal the captive. Only then can they move her. A healing spell flashes in his palm. Merc watches every movement closely. The girl is sweetly sleeping on the top bunk in the room. Next to her, the hero has settled in. The guy asks Viz to keep an eye on her. Concerned villagers gathered at the entrance. The figure approached them with soothing words, assuring them that everything was under control and they could safely return to the celebration. She promised that there would be many more pleasant surprises to come. They say that Joshua is capable of anything, a true talent that knows no bounds. Merc recalls how his mother assured him that people who possess two types of magic are true geniuses. The boy immediately clarifies that he actually just uses a subtype of one magic, and his healing abilities are quite simple. Upon hearing this, Merc is genuinely surprised. Astonished, Joshua learns that she knows about magic. She clarifies their people are animals that can wield spells. Intrigued, Joshua asks Smeric if she possesses magic. She replies that she has mastered the art of wind magic and rises from her seat. Ilya looks at her suspiciously. Stepping outside, Merc stretches his hands forward and whispers a spell. A tiny whirlwind rises from beneath his palms, and a gentle breeze swirls the dust on the ground. She presses her ears and awkwardly admits that it's just for fun. Joshua sighs and acknowledges that he is not suited for the fight, then asks if she knows her sign. Merc responds by calling himself the White Wolf. He amplifies the charms of cold and healing. Joshua pondered these spells differ by elements. It turns out she has a mark that allows her to excel in two types of magic at once. Curiously addressing Merc, the boy asks if she has ever been taught magic. Shyly smiling, the girl admits that her mother only passed on the basics of wind magic, the same one she used herself. After a pause, she hopes that maybe Joshua will reveal other spells to her. The young man explains that he can only teach the basics, but since the girl already possesses magic, there will be no difficulties. A spark of interest appears in her gaze. He suggests trying to freeze the water in the bucket. It's enough to just imagine it. Joshua crafts a magic wand for her and advises her to imagine how she freezes water by concentrating her powers at its tip. By ordering the ice spell, she transforms the water in the bucket into solid ice. Mirka triumphantly lifts the bucket. The joy of success shines in her eyes. Joshua and Ilya cannot contain their cheers, sincerely praising their friend. Joshua encourages her, assuring her that if she continues to try so hard, she will be able to achieve even more. For this, the girl sincerely thanks him. Merc, inspired by what he has seen, carefully examines the staff and decides to train. At that moment, the boy remembers something important. He claims that he aims to create something important, and for that, he will urgently need Merc's help. The girl, along with Ilya, turns surprised looks at him, hoping to hear more. The next morning, the winged girl is still sweetly sleeping. Merc and Joshua set off together down the street. Joshua leans down and opens the door to the basement. With a smile, he explains that he ordered the demons to dig this huge pit. As he descends, he explains the walls here are made of iron, and the doors are cast from purple metal. Having lit the fire, Joshua carefully looks around caution, sighs, and surprises. Everything needs to be taken into account. The spacious hall immediately catches her eye. Meanwhile, Joshua asks Merc to cover the floor with ice right here. Surprised, she wonders if this is yet another training session. It explains that this will not only help with training, but also allow for storing frozen products in a room so they don't spoil. Merc likes the idea. She confidently says she can organize it. The young man looks at her with hope. He would hardly dare to do such a thing on his own. The girl asks in surprise if there is anything he cannot do, to which the boy admits of all the magic, he only possesses the magic of creation. The girl notices that it's somewhat strange. Joshua, concerned, advises her to practice and try again. At that moment, Merc feels something unusual. Joshua suggests stepping back, but she stops him. The girl explains a noisy tango is playing outside, and she promises to join later. Leaving the basement, they hurried to the house where Tengu was resting. Before their eyes appeared a winged girl. Next to her stood Mita and Ilya, while Viz was happily bouncing around. Ilya tries to scare the girl with a warning, saying that if she is not careful, she might lose consciousness again. Tengu brushes it off, insisting that she feels much better now and has no right to inconvenience others. But at that moment, Joshua intervenes, speaking with sympathetic words. Noticing her wings, he remarks that with such small wings, one can fly far. The girl sadly bows her head. Then Joshua is the first to introduce himself and asks her to introduce herself. The tango dance takes place in silence. The boy decides that in this culture, it is customary not to engage in conversation with strangers. The girl named Shyly introduces herself as a Suha and confirms that she is a tango dancer. Merc and Ilya also introduce themselves. Ilya states that she leads the entire village. Joshua recounts her words for confirmation. The man again claims that she is not capable of flying. The girl gazes intently at him, and he does not stop. Taking a deep breath, he declares that he will create a device for flying. The girls look at him in astonishment, as if they have heard something completely strange. Ilya can believe that the guy is capable of creating even wings. Joshua jokingly admits it is too complicated, and the most he can manage is a fragile toy copy. In the boy's hands appears a scepter with a large precious stone. He assures that this will help him handle the situation. Joshua unexpectedly asks Asuha if she knows how to cast spells. The girl is surprised, but the boy quickly explains it's enough to imagine releasing the gusts of wind and loudly say the word wind. Asuha agrees to try, while Merc watches closely nearby. The girl listens to the boy's advice and raises such a strong storm that everyone around is stunned in amazement. Joshua assures with this staff she will definitely be able to fly. He extends it and Merc carefully examines it, comparing it to his own. It is noticeable that the stones differ in color. Asuha's stone is green. The boy notes that this stone is magical and was taken from a slug that lives in the swamp. He adds that gemstones of this color enhance the magic of the wind. At that moment, Ilya remembers how they obtained this trophy. Asuka and Mirko exchange puzzled glances. Nothing is clear. The guy stops explaining and only emphasizes this. Stone grants a powerful wind. Then he unexpectedly suggests that Asuka fly together. She hesitates, but agrees to give it a try. She begins to cast a spell, and a wild gust of wind instantly rises around the heroes. The stream lifts her up, and she soars into the sky. The heroes watch this in awe. Joyful exclamations echo around everyone is genuinely amazed that she has truly managed to take flight. Surprised, Ilya looks at Asuka, who is hovering in the air, and asks if the stone really helped her rise like that. Joshua confirms, explaining that it is a magical stone, and her own magic also helped her achieve such flight. Tsukaga approaches and extends the staff, trying to return it, explaining that she cannot accept it. But Joshua leaves the gift with her, saying that this staff is in place of the lost wings. The boy suggests not returning the staff, but using Tango's help. She agrees to try, and Joshua explains that people have appeared near their territory who are attacking half-humans, and therefore the Flying Brethren may come in handy. Their help is needed to gather information from above. Asuka agrees but reminds that it is worth discussing everything with the family first. Ilya adds that if everything goes well, their family will be very happy. She assured that if their village can help in any way, they should not hesitate to reach out. The girl warns Asuka to beware of deceitful people, and in response, she sincerely thanks her for the concern. Asaha sincerely thanks for the help and promises to respond with kindness. Ilya just smiles and assures that she is always a welcome guest here. Asuka rises into the sky while everyone just watches her with their eyes. Merc notes that Elijah and Joshua are really very good guys, although sometimes they are too trusting. The Met approaches closer, carefully observing the heroes and notes with a smile. This is where their true charm lies. The girl reminds Ilya of her request to Joshua. The boy looks confused, and she finally remembers what she wanted to ask. Starting the conversation awkwardly, Ilya explains that if it's not too difficult, Joshua wants him to make a new flute for her, since the one her mum gave her is broken. The boy gladly agrees to help. Joshua is interested in the shape and material, and after listening to the explanation, he immediately creates the necessary tool. The girls eagerly examine his work. Ilya thanks the boy, and in response, he wishes that her flute brings her good luck. When asked to play, the girl readily agrees. The audience's applause encourages Sai, though shyly, to touch the strings. Meanwhile, Joshua imagines how a melody filled with the tenderness of her heart will soon resonate in the air. Ilya extracts a melody and suddenly lets out a piercing whistle. The heroes jump in surprise. In horror, covering their ears, they desperately try to stop Ilya. The game gradually quiets down. The girl smiles contentedly, as she still remembers all the melodies, even though a lot of time has passed. The heroes watch her warily, as alarm has already risen in the village. Someone confused a whistle with a battle signal horn and decided it was a signal for an attack. Ilya assures that he will definitely reveal his talent for playing, like Merc, but receives a grim warning in response: it would be better to give up the flute altogether. Joshua shares with Met the assumption this instrument could even be used to intimidate opponents. The girl merely sighs and admits she wouldn't wish that on anyone, not even an enemy. With joy, Ilya invites Matai to sit together with books. The girl, feeling shy, politely declines. Meanwhile, Joshua notices Asuka has long since disappeared. Somewhere in the distance. With a gentle smile on his lips, he gazes into the distance, hoping that everything will be all right with her. She does not yet suspect that she will return tomorrow. A happy smile does not leave Joshua's face. He didn't even expect such a rapid breakthrough. In the last 2 days, thanks to the help of golems and slimes, they managed to completely finish the northwestern walls. A loud voice makes him turn around. Merc anxiously rushes to others with the news. Smoke has risen from the northern mountain. Joshua does not hide his concern. Having climbed over the wall, Merc points with his hand at the smoke rising behind the mountain. It seems that something similar is happening there. Ilya encouragingly places his hand on her shoulder, confidently promising that she will definitely be able to accept everyone. Joshua admits that he relies on her. Suddenly, something catches his attention. Among them was Asuka. The shielded half-humans look exhausted after the battle. Some of them have sustained serious injuries and are being carried in arms. The younger ones support the older ones, helping them to stay on their feet. Joshua received the very thought of an attack by slave traders with horror. The villagers rush headlong to save the winged half-humans who are in trouble. Asuha silently watches all of this from the walls. Disturbed, Joshua asks what happened and assures the girl that everyone will be given shelter. Tearfully, she replies that their village has burned to the ground. While Asuga is telling a story, one of the winged half-humans suddenly notices Joshua. Fear grips his heart. Before him stands a real human. Not understanding the situation, he panics and exclaims that now everyone faces inevitable doom. Panic seizes him. He calls everyone to flee winged. Half-humans are frightened and scatter in all directions. Elijah tries to prove that Joshua is not like that at all. But the interlocutors, noticing her human nature, are not interested in listening at all. They are more curious about why people have appeared here and what they are doing. Ilya's bewildered gaze glides over the frightened half-humans. She doesn't know how to act next. Suddenly, the silence is pierced by Asusa's scream. Her voice sharply commands everyone to stop immediately. Sobbing, she cries that Joshua is her savior and claims they are not at all like everyone else. Winged half-humans freeze at what they hear, and she adds that it was the heroes who let them into the village. One of the Tengu apologizes for his behavior. Ilya just waves his hand, assuring that they all have a difficult task and a break wouldn't hurt. Ilya takes on the task of preparing places for the wounded, while Merc asks to show the injuries so he can start treatment immediately. All the villagers come together to help the Tengu, supporting and caring for them. While the rescue operation is ongoing, Asuka explains only a third of all the residents are here. The second part was taken captive, and the third perished in the flames. All of this happened because of a person capable of unleashing powerful fire. Joshua suggests that these are the same fire mages who attacked the werewolf village. Asua adds that although there were many attackers, it was the fire mages who destroyed their homes. The boy believed that powerful wizards stood before him. Hesitantly apologizing, he still asked if these people had used other types of magic. Asuka assured him there was only the fire element. The girl notices that they had the same purple cloak as Joshua, and they were called the descendants of the god of fire. Joshua is impressed by what he hears. It comes to mind how Lazka's cousin had acquaintances about whom such things were said. In the Academy of Magic, they were considered true prodigies, and the sign of divine fire burned on their hands. It also seemed incredible that the gifted always stood out in the form of a purple color. The boy asks the girl if she knows anything else. She replies that while heading from the west to the village, she wanted to find out how her relatives, who went hunting, were doing. Before her lay a cozy hamlet where people already lived. Horror engulfed her as a terrifying scene appeared before her eyes. Among the demons and werewolves, her relatives were laboring hard in captivity. Surprised, Joshua and Elijah ask her again. She said that after this photo, she approached her father with a request to join forces, and he went to consider her proposal. However, there was no time left. On that very day, he perished in the fire that engulfed everything around under the pressure of the attackers. Joshua suspects that these are people from the Western settlement whom she has already noticed. He finds it strange there shouldn't be a soul around here. Most likely, slave traders have settled here, hunting for new victims. Without a clear strategy, the village will not be saved slave traders and fire mages will inevitably return. And this time, they will bring reinforcements with them. Realizing the inevitable losses if elite troops intervene in the battle, the guy understands that he needs to immediately strengthen his positions. Casting a glance at his friends, he informs them that he has an important conversation to have. In the semicircle, everyone gathered together. Joshua took the floor and explained, "If we believe the data provided by Asuka, people may soon visit them." The girls exchange anxious glances. The young man, noticing this, says that this is exactly what he wanted to talk about. Elja confidently announces the time for battle has come. It resolutely declares no evacuation, no surrender, no retreat, even if the enemies approach. Joshua notes that he has come up with an idea. The girls immediately become alert and listen to him carefully. Suggests to launch a counterattack right now because there is no time to delay. The Met jumps up with excitement, seizing its idea. Now it's time to strike first and take revenge for all the wrongs inflicted by humans. The boy senses her mood, but reminds her that the most important thing right now is to save everyone who was captured at the checkpoint. First, the number of soldiers should be reduced, and only then should they go on the offensive. This is how the commander explains the strategy. Merc immediately grasps the essence, suggesting to lure the enemies out of ambush. Joshua confirms the plan as soon as they deal with the guards. It's time to tackle the assault on the outpost. Joshua approaches Viz and informs him that he and the golem are planning to head to the caves for coal. The slime joyfully jumps, supporting this idea. Merc greets the golem with a friendly wave. Ilya again asks the man about the strange coal. He explains it's fuel that ignites easily. It can be used to set traps. After that, he turns to Merc. Joshua emphasizes that they will urgently need the werewolf's ability to move at lightning speed. Merc, without hesitation, assures that they are ready to do anything to help. Seeing such determination, the boy feels a surge of inspiration. He asks them to lure the slave traders out and, keeping his distance, direct them to the northern gate. Joshua instructs Asasi to lead Merca and the other wolves to the village. He explains that by cutting off the enemy's retreat, they can set a trap. It's risky, but he is convinced that there is no other way. Merc and Asuka confidently assure that they can be relied upon. At this moment, Joshua remembers something. The young man says that when Asuka returns, he will have one more request for her. She will have to raise the wind while on the walls. He will pass the details to MET, so Asuka should approach her right away. Asuka nods. She understands everything. Together with the werewolves, the team heads out on a mission. Meanwhile, Joshua hears someone calling his name. Met asks if he would like to give her an order. The young man nods in agreement. He explains that by playing the bait, he wanted to be able to keep the situation under control. Surprise was frozen on the girls' faces. They were clearly worried by his words. Despite all efforts, Elijah insists on becoming bait, but Joshua stubbornly refuses her. With a grim look, he states that some issues must be resolved alone, and for that, one must get close to the enemy. The boy asks Ilya to stay by the castle gates and join the fight, only at the agreed signal. The girl reluctantly agrees, and Joshua responds by giving her a grateful smile. That is why he hands over the leadership to Mitt. The guy explains that now she will have to monitor the situation and coordinate all actions from behind the walls. The girl is a bit nervous, but she raises her hand in greeting and promises to remember everything Joshua reassures her, assuring that he will leave Visa with her. He reminds her that they need to prepare and take care of protection. The girls still do not quite understand what he's talking about. To prove his words, the hero decides to act visually with the help of magic. A real wooden ballista appears. The girl compares the device to a giant catapult on a stand, emphasizing that this ballista is capable of launching huge arrows or even stones. Joyful and excited, she longs to test the weapon in action. However, the boy firmly stops her. In the end, they leave the use of this means. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a strange sound nearby. Over the hill, a golem and slimes with supplies of coal appear. It turns out that all of this was delivered by Wiz. He mentally notes how skillfully they managed. He presses the coal, mixing it with lard in a bag. Joshua explains this mixture is scattered on the enemies along with the tent. Then he orders Meta to shoot a few fire arrows near them. The girl carefully listens to every word he says. The guy reminds her that they need to not waste time and continue preparing for the arrival of Merc and the others. It is already getting dark outside. Small clouds are slowly drifting across the sky. Something caught my attention. From behind the hill emerges the squad of Merca and Asahi. Strangers are approaching Merc, transformed into a woolly creature. Informs the boy that about 300 people are moving ahead. He asks if everyone from their squad is safe. She assures him that everyone is fine and unharmed. Joshua suggests positioning demons and werewolves at a distance to watch over the enemies if they try to escape. They should be destroyed immediately, and if they do not resist, they should be tied up. Merc asks Joshua if he will go by himself. The boy nods and confidently promises that he will be fine. Ilya and Meaty are filled with excitement, but they do not stop. The preparation for battle continues. With a confident look, this guy declares if he is a man, he must personally meet with his comrades. The army is approaching the village. Among the soldiers, one confidently claims that he has seen werewolves. Soon, a strong wall and a large gate appear before them. Someone in the crowd suggests that they are lost. In the back row, a man in a hood shouts curses, angrily stating that they are incapable of following the path properly. Removing his hood, the freckled young man makes himself known. He clicks his tongue in dissatisfaction. The soldier addresses him as Mr. Varnish. He confidently gestures towards the wall, stating that this is exactly where they need to be. Suddenly, he says that werewolves are lurking on the wall. At that moment, Joshua draws the attention of the slave traders and insists that they need to talk. Varnish cautiously asks who Joshua is and why the person ended up in such a place. The young man introduces himself and, without wasting time, inquires in return why they are there. The name Varnish evokes familiar feelings. It recalls how he carried out tasks alongside Log, serving as the creator's most devoted mage. Recalling, the young man immediately introduces himself and asks Joshua if he remembers who once polished his sword. Joshua suddenly realizes before him stands a relative of Loeg, the brilliant master of fire. Smiling with barely concealed contempt, Joshua remarks that such nobodies are not worth remembering. The boy advises Varnish to quit the slave business and return to the academy. Varnish only scoffs in response, recalling that he remembers him well. He mocks Joshua, saying that the Creator's seal is the worst of all. With such a seal, you can even get into the academy. The audacious Varnish boasts to Joshua, asking if he envies his mark, since nothing can be done about it now. He arrogantly demands, "Get on your knees before the best student of the Versailles Academy." Frustrated by dissatisfaction, Joshua cannot comprehend how Loeg evaluates people based on some labels. Not holding back his outrage, he exclaims, "Why does such a talented student waste himself on hunting for slaves?" Joshua reminds Varnish, hunting half-humans is strictly forbidden by divine law. But the boy just shrugs and confidently replies that no rules will stop him. He has no intention of limiting himself by any laws. They are just curious to have some fun. Sounds like a cynical explanation. Met and Elijah clearly grimace. What they heard disgusts them. Joshua also does not hide his disgust, openly calling it disgusting. The fire ignites in his palm, and Varnish smiles. True delight is not given to him by lessons at the academy, but by screams, shouts, and tears. This is true joy. A sinister smile lights up his face as he confesses inflicting suffering on this inhuman rabble is what quickens the beat of his heart. Varnish notes that someone like Joshua will never understand their amusement. Behind him, his people chuckle, barely holding back their laughter. Varnish adds that heroes like Joshua should never have been born in the first place. With unwavering confidence, Joshua declares that it is better to die than to become like Varnish. Such a phrase deeply hurts the guy. Josip decides that he needs to tease his opponent as much as possible. Vanis, in anger, suggests killing the guy right now, kindly promising to turn him into dust. Joshua, with sarcasm, reflects that this fool is easily manipulated, and in response notes that it will actually be Vanis who will be turned into dust. Losing control from rage, Varnish forcefully demands silence, orders the boy to beg for mercy, and declares that slavery awaits him as well. In response, he tries to intimidate Joshua by claiming that he can incinerate him with the fire that the whole world admires and considers genius. A powerful divine flame burst from his hands, raising huge pillars of fire around him. Joshua held his breath in awe. The magic of the highest level struck at the very heart. In the boy's head, the thought keeps spinning: how many half-humans has this flame already destroyed? With anger in his eyes, Joshua claims that he will take everything back to the last one. In his mind, he is already thinking about how to obtain the prepared raw materials. A powder of coal and fat is falling into the flames, sparks are flying around, and the fire flares up even more. Horror grips Varnish as he realizes what is happening and desperately cries out to Joshua to stop immediately. In pain, he screams loudly, commanding his subordinates to extinguish the flames immediately. The fire mercilessly consumes Varnisher. Joshua witnesses this and realizes it will not be easy to escape, as the powder will not let him go so easily. The oil has soaked through all his clothes. The fire-engulfed mage desperately cries out that he cannot perish like this, for he is the main hope of the academy and the heir of Valbarani. Filled with panic, he incessantly pleads for someone to help. Subordinates are also affected by the powder. Desperately, they turn to Varnish for help, but suddenly they are attacked from the sky by a Tengus assault led by a Suha. The command to retreat sounds among the enemy troops, but at that moment, alarm rises. Met's squad enters the fray. Fireballs fly from the city walls, exploding right under the enemy's feet. The fire engulfs the soldiers, and everything around them bursts into flames along with them. A terrible scream rises around everything as burning with fire. Without hesitation, everyone is urged to flee to the forest, escaping from the flames. Nearby the forest, wolves are already lurking for them. Frightened, they scream and rush at the beasts, trying to carve a path for their escape. From the other side of the forest, Ilya emerges with his squad. All the fighters are dressed in military uniforms, armed with spears. The girl holds a katana in her hands. One of the soldiers notices that there is a girl in front of him, but she is already confidently raising her sword, preparing to strike. Instantly gliding between the soldiers, she delivers lightning-fast wounds. Met commands to open the gates, and another squad jumps out to meet them. She shouts for them to charge forward and not let Ilya break through. They plunge headlong into battle, and a fierce clash erupts between the soldiers and the half-humans. The fierce battle between werewolves, demons, and humans is flaring up with new strength. One of the fighters shouts that the forest has turned into a trap, so the only way is to the river. Those who remain free are rushing towards the water. Among the demons, the first questions arise. Does this mean that victory is already theirs? Medi throws herself after him, but Joshua immediately stops her. With despair in his voice, he screams at her not to kill them, as they still need important information. With a smile, the girl assures that she will only trim a little merc, transformed into a wolf, stands before her, and notes that Met might accidentally not adhere to this condition, so it would be better for her to do everything herself. Such distrust outrages the girl. She ran after Merc, shouting that she would definitely catch up with him. Joshua noted in surprise that the girl was as fast as a she-wolf, but before he could fully comprehend this, someone's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Asuha approaches him, smiling gratefully and confessing that these very people once burned her native village. In Joshua's memory, the burned hand of Varnish surfaces, and with a shadow of sorrow in his voice, he says he is also glad for their victory. Parting with impatience, one of the demons declares it is time to storm the outpost and free all those who have been captured and sent into slavery. Excited exclamations are heard. For Joshua, Elia approaches him and asks about their further plans. Thoughts creep into his mind. What if there are indeed fewer people than usual? This opportunity cannot be missed. He is sure this chance definitely cannot be wasted. A joy flashed through my thoughts. We won without any losses, but at the same time, the realization that next time we need to act even more cautiously, reducing risks during the assault on the outpost. Suddenly it dawns on him there is no need to destroy the hostage, as it is enough to simply extract the captives from there. All the captured soldiers were tightly bound and gathered together in a clearing, while nearby in the grass, their weapons were thrown. With a happy sparkle in his eyes, Mitt joyfully announces that she has managed flawlessly Joshua, smiling as he strokes Merc's head. Thanks both of them. A mask suddenly appears in his palm, and everyone around holds their breath in awe. Putting on a mask and smiling, Joshua informs them that he has an important conversation with them. Under the cover of a mask, Joshua interrogates the captives, trying to find out how many people guard their fortress. None of the soldiers uttered a word. Ilya drew her katana and coldly raised the blade to the neck of one of the captives. There was a sharp inflexibility in her voice. She had no intention of wasting time on chatter. In a cold tone, she warns them she gives them only 10 seconds. Frightened, they hurriedly shout that there are 50 people in the fortress. Joshua carefully listens to every word. From all sides, a unanimous shout from the soldiers thunders everything said is pure truth. Everyone here will confirm it. Having absorbed this news, Joshua immediately orders Tengu and the werewolves from Vanguard to take the prisoners to the fortress. In front, the freed prisoners are moving forward behind them. The entire procession follows in an orderly manner. Joshua looks back in surprise. All the Tengu and werewolves are safe, as if they are one big friendly family. Suddenly, Ilya appears from behind and asks what strategy the guy has in mind. The man assures that they will free all their relatives and will not let any of them perish. These words astonish Ilya so much that he does not hide his surprise. The leader instructs Met to stay in the village with half of the demons just in case. Meanwhile, the entire team is determined. She emphasizes that this is an extremely important task. Although she will not participate in the battle, she is ready to defend the village. In the end, she wishes everyone good luck in the upcoming battle. Joshua signals and persuades the others to join him. The road winds through a dense forest, and the travelers leisurely approach the outpost. Leading the column is Joshua Merk. Warns him a human fortress is about to appear. The young man merely smiles and nods forward. Their destination is already visible in the distance. The young man orders everyone to stop and gathers them around to explain the plan of action. The command to encircle the fortress was given. Ilya wondered if that was really enough. Doubts gnaw at her. Is this enough? He assures her that there will be no need to fight, but the mercenary has a different opinion. She insists that they must destroy the enemies and free the people, as there are only 50 of them. Joshua counters her determination. He reminds her that they have hostages. The man advises not to press directly, but simply to block all escape routes. Then the enemies will have only one option left to agree to their terms. Elijah assures that he can rely on her, adding that if Joshua has decided so, then it cannot be otherwise. On this very day, everything turned out just as it should. The night envelops the earth, and the moon shines brightly in the sky. Joshua is making torches and asks Visa to gather the slimes to distribute them to different places. Slimes are given to each squad 2 torches so that the warriors can surround the fortress from the west to the north. Having lit several torches, the man commanded to pass the fire further and ignite everything around. Then he issued orders to the werewolves to move from the east to the north to the tangos, to surround the fortress from the sky, keeping in a circle, and to the demons, to lead the captives from the south straight to the walls. Creating the mask for the second time, Joshua declares he needs not just one prisoner, but also Asuk, Ilya, and Merk. Behind him, 2 huge wings grow. He puts on a mask and solemnly announces it is time to begin. Inside the fortress, 2 people are sitting. One is looking out the window and informs his companion that Mr. Varnish has returned from wolf hunting. The other is watching intently and suddenly realizes with horror these people are not their kin. The second boy notices that there are too many lights in the forest. Elja starts playing the flute. The guys in the fortress immediately cover their ears because they can figure out what this terrible music is. They immediately order to report everything to Mr. Kobius. Joshua also stands aside, firmly covering his ears with his hands. Both the boy and Ilya are quite pleased with the result and the fact that they managed to make some noise. At the same time, another character feels a piercing, tight pain as the last notes of the melody fade away. A man with a bushy moustache peeks out from a suddenly opened window and immediately asks the question, who are they, and to which squad do they belong? Without a shadow of a doubt, Joshua declares only half of human blood flows in his veins. Pointing to his team, the man proudly declares he is the envoy of the Fender Coalition. His words provoke a wave of astonishment among all those present. The man does not understand what is being discussed. Joshua is not surprised by this, as he just made up the name off the top of his head. He believes that the coalition is named after local lands. According to him, its members are against slavery and hunting, although in reality it is a union of half-humans. If all the captives are not released, he promises to wipe the fortress off the face of the earth. The man only responds skeptically to such a threat, considering it absurd. To this, Joshua indignantly reminds him that it cannot be nonsense how many families have already been destroyed because of this slaughter. Raising his hand, he loudly declares all these lights around the fortress are the flames of anger from each of the half-humans who have suffered. Joshua adds that Vanish understood this from his own bitter experience. The man is struck by his words. Under Joshua's pressure, the captured man fearfully exclaims that it is all true, and even Mr. Vanish and the warriors could do nothing to help. His face is twisted with fear. In despair, the captive screams the entire forest is filled to the brim with half-humans. Around the outpost, hundreds of lights flicker. The guide reports with concern the fortress is completely surrounded. Joshua says Scream breaks the silence. He demands that the man decide what he will choose to release, all the prisoners, or to burn together with them. Horror grips Kobius. The young man throws a threat, saying that perhaps the golems will suggest to him what to do. Kobius hurriedly stops him, asking for a little time to think. Joshua assumes that their demands are for the release of their comrades, and for them to simply leave the enemies seem to have no intention of either attacking or taking their property. Kobius accepts the man's terms and wonders if he will truly keep his promise. His voice sounds firm. He has no right to explain anything, and warns that as soon as something goes wrong, he will be the first to suffer. Meanwhile, the boy gives an order to Ilya, and she raises her bow, preparing for action. An arrow flies close to Kobius's face, and he immediately assures that he will do everything as instructed. He gives the order to open the gates and drive out all the half-humans. The massive gate leaves swing open, and from behind them, one by one, the enslaved companions emerge. The giants point the way for them, while Joshua calls Ilya, Asuha, and Merka to ensure that everyone has received their freedom. They carefully lead out the rescued, while Merk and Ilya closely monitor to ensure everything goes as it should. With a light sadness, Ilya reports everyone has been released, except for those who will never return. Joshua notes that he would like to take the remains, but time is running out. It is already getting light outside. Ilya supports him, saying that everything turned out well. Returning to Kobius, the guy asks if everyone has already been released. The frightened man screams that everyone has already disappeared. In response, Joshua sternly orders him to get out before he changes his mind. Kobius, unable to contain his emotions, swears that they will never return here again. On behalf of all the friends, the boy declares half-humans are smarter than them, and this time they will believe their words. People look at them in horror. The man shouts to announce the retreat. Joshua and his team hurry back to the village. Joshua cautiously asks Merk if they are being followed. She, walking alongside in the guise of a wolf, reassures him no danger behind. Meanwhile, she asks what he meant when he mentioned the Fender Coalition. A man with a smile explains that he wanted to convey to people that there are many more demi-humans than it seems, and they are indeed worth being wary of. Ilya joins the conversation, noting that if you think about it, the name really captures the essence. As a whole alliance of different races lives together on Fender. Watching the warm interaction of allies from different races with fascination, the girl sighs heavily. She feels that as soon as the slave traders are defeated, this sincere friendship may crumble. The girlish words caught Joshua off guard, and Asaga exchanged glances with Merk. Merk stepped forward and assured him that nothing like that would happen, as they were always nearby. Asaga added that if the demons didn't mind, they would also like to stay. With a smile, Joshua agrees that the idea is indeed good. He passionately talks about the importance of teamwork and hints at the possibility of an even broader alliance. Elijah looks at him with hope. Grabbing Asuha by the hand, she enthusiastically promises to continue supporting each other. After that, the friends turn their gaze to Joshua, who is watching their conversation with interest. A hint flew through the air. The coalition lacks a leader. Pierced by suspicion, the boy freezes, feeling that the gazes are directed at him. Awkwardly, gathering his thoughts, He begins to justify himself, claiming to be just a traveler and nothing more. With excitement in his eyes, Ilya claims that it is his merit in the victory, because without him, no one would have understood the tactics and strategy. Asoa picks up on this, saying that Joshua is quite suitable for this role. Merc just smiles and supports the opinion of his friends. The boy admits that he doubts whether he can accept such an offer. It is hard to imagine a person at the head of half humans. At the same time, he understands that in this role, it is easier to give advice. And he shouldn't forget about housing. He still needs a place to stay. He insists that key decisions should be made by themselves, and he will only share advice. If someone more deserving appears, he is ready to step aside. Elijah gladly agrees and loudly announces Joshua as the leader of the coalition. Still hesitating about this idea, Joshua listens as Merc congratulates him on his new position. Finally, the travelers arrive at the village. Everyone who is in captivity joyfully embraces their loved ones. Smiling, Mattie rushes to meet her friends, noticing how many people have returned home. Joshua happily remarks this time, everyone is alive and unharmed. The boy's attention is drawn to the smoke rising from the house. He asks the girl what is happening. She explains with a smile that she prepared a lot of dishes because she thought everyone would come back hungry. A look of excitement appears on the half-human S face, and Joshua responds happily that S, wonderful. Pleasantly surprised, he admits that he never imagined such a turn of events. Suddenly, it occurs to him, perhaps the people here haven't eaten in a long time. Met smiles happily, agrees, and confidently adds that's exactly why she will become his wife. In surprise, he seems to turn into a statue, while the girl, smiling, declares that they complement each other wonderfully. He, intrigued, asks where she gets such confidence. She, glowing with happiness, admits that she has long dreamed of sharing this specifically with him as soon as she returns. She turns around, preparing to announce this news to everyone present. At that moment, Ilya appears right in front of her, throwing threatening words. Met intends to tarnish her reputation before everyone again. Thoughts swarm in the girl's head like a wild whirlwind, as if in an enraged boar. The spectators froze, watching the events with tension. Ilya ironically notes that Met turned out to be a much craftier egoist than she had imagined. Mete justifies herself, saying that she didn't say anything bad because Joshua will truly become a wonderful man. Elijah, seemingly humbly, confirms her words. Ilya runs up to the guy, firmly takes his hands, and solemnly announces that today is a special day, the day of liberation for their loved ones. Not taking her gaze away, she confidently says, according to tradition, they are to hold a wedding ceremony right now and asks him to be her husband. Met shouts that she will not back down even before Ilya. She suggests settling everything with swords. Excited by the thrill, Met agrees without hesitation. They both surround the boy from both sides. Joshua tries to persuade them to stop, but to no avail. The young man is just starting to say something about how he promised not to do this, but he is suddenly interrupted by Merc. She loudly declares that she will become his fiancée. The girls freeze in place and look at her in surprise, while Joshua becomes noticeably more confused. The girls shifted their attention to Merc. Ilya promised to show her where the crayfish hibernate. In response, Merc suggested resolving the dispute fairly. Whoever hunts more wild boars would win. At that moment, Asoa timidly spoke up, suggesting that maybe it would be better for all of us to have dinner together. She decides that Joshua is extremely tired right now. Ilya immediately picks up on this and hints that she is pretending to be reasonable in order to later influence the guy even more. Tengu, however, denies all suspicions. Asya assured that all of this was unnecessary. It was clear from the very beginning who would become Joshua's wife. The girls exchanged glances, confused and bewildered, trying to grasp the hidden meaning of her words. The girl presses against the boy, insisting that it is indeed her. His face twitches with painful awareness. Everything is going too far. The dispute between the girls is escalating. Meanwhile, two demons approach Joshua and invite him to join the banquet. The young man agrees without hesitation. He feels that from this moment, a new alliance of the Fender is born. However, recalling the girls, doubt arises in his heart. What if everything falls apart? The rescued demi-humans burst with joy and sincerely celebrate their victory together. Adjusting the decoration on his head, Elijah suddenly notices Joshua's absence and wonders where he has gone. One of the villagers replies that the boy had breakfast and headed south, out of the village. Joshua was heading south of the village, slightly smiling to himself. Thoughts revolved around how the number of half-humans has increased recently, while housing for them is catastrophically insufficient. Many have to seek shelter under the open sky. That is why the conductor decides to build more homes. He constructed an entire street of houses, proclaiming that 200 should be enough. Behind him, the locals cannot hide their astonishment at what they see. Satisfied with the result, Ilya notes that there is now plenty of open space in the southern part of the village, and there will be shelter for everyone on cold nights. He is pleased with his own craftsmanship. So many houses have appeared right before his eyes. A smile blooms on her face. Joshua surprises her more and more each time. As she hands him the fabric, she hears words of gratitude directed at her. But the girl gently counters in response. In fact, the thanks belong to her. Meanwhile, the young man looks out the window, watching the street. The villagers are carrying logs together, helping each other, and working side by side. He feels uneasy in his soul. The thought that he is receiving too much support does not let him rest, as people are probably tired. But Ilya just smiles indulgently and assures that it is not so at all. On the contrary, everyone is inspired by the opportunity to help him, and they all just strive not to fall behind others. Childhood memories emerge in the boy's consciousness amidst the crowd. He always remained unnoticed, neither help nor praise. That is why the feeling of true support now fills him with an extraordinary fullness of life. With genuine joy, Elijah notes that it is a true celebration. Everyone is finally free. However, he immediately warns it still too early to relax. His words provoke laughter from Joshua, who agrees with him. The gaze glides to the trees, and he raises an important topic. Hunting and gathering alone will not feed everyone. He emphasizes that fields need to be cultivated, as there is still enough land for this. Elia suggests seeking help from those who have already been freed from captivity, as they have tried to do this and have the necessary experience. His idea is supported by Yehoshua, noting that their experience will be especially valuable now. The thoughtful boy reflects he still has to get seeds for growing crops and find livestock, which is quite difficult to do alone. The thought of an abandoned fortress where some valuables might remain after the slave traders crossed his mind. Perhaps it was worth heading to the city. He puts those plans on hold instead. He asks Ilya if she has ever seen sheep. Joshua explains that they are large, fluffy animals. The girl recalls that it seems she has seen similar ones a long time ago. She thinks that it is unlikely they will meet them now. The guy agrees with so many wild boars, it makes perfect sense, but he asks to be warned if any of them do show up. Ilya agrees and promises to pass the news to Merc and the rest of the werewolves. Joshua thanks her and notes that he has many more tasks waiting for him, so he will return later. And when the time comes, he will definitely ask for help. He refuses her, noting that she hasn't slept in a long time, but she interrupts, insisting that he needs rest the most, as he has hardly closed his eyes either. He admits in surprise that she might actually be right. Only 2 days have passed, and the southern and eastern parts are already fully equipped, ready to welcome new residents. Elijah and Joshua climb up the wall, enthusiastically surveying the new areas. The boy excitedly notes that it all looks very much like a real big city. The hero explains to Ilya that a constant source of water will be essential for the next step. With excitement, she asks if he can magically create water from the air. The boy just shrugs it as beyond his ability. Instead, he reminds her that a river flows nearby and water can be brought by digging a channel. Elijah asks with interest. If this task is too complicated, Joshua admits that he has already assigned everything to the half-humans, so it will be finished by tomorrow. Elijah did not expect such speed at all. It truly surprises him. She enthusiastically says that Joshua can do anything in the world. The conversation continues, but her addressing him by name slightly distracts the guy. When the boy brings water to the village, the girl asks him for a favor. He immediately agrees to help, and she sincerely thanks him. The girl points to the mountain and tells that there is a large hot spring hidden at its foot. Joshua happily asks if it is a real onsen. Joy flowed through Elijah's veins. He finally understood what she was talking about. In response, Joshua assured him that he had experienced it himself more than once, and fatigue was lifted as if by magic. Shyly smiling, Ilya admits it would be wonderful to have his own onsen in the village after all. The waters there are incredibly beneficial for the skin. The girl apologizes for her selfish request, but Joshua interrupts her. He adds that he too would like the source to be nearby, as he has to wash only in the river, and hot water would significantly ease life. Joshua contemplates heating water directly from the water supply is almost a futile endeavor. He decides that he needs to get closer to the source. He asks the girl once more about the location, and she nods. She can take him there. Barely suppressing her joy, she nods at his words about the immediate departure, but a shadow of anxiety suddenly appears in her gaze. They are heading to the source, while Elijah nervously looks back at those following. Mate, Asuka, and Merc appear behind, already armed with towels. Ilya squints coldly and asks sternly why they are here. Merc noticed how Ilya was happily chatting with the boy, and she also wanted to join their company. Mitt reminded that after the victory, they were still not completely safe, so she didn't dare to let them go without supervision. Ilya assumes, if Metya said that, then she must have had a reason to bring the towel with her. The girl exclaims indignantly that she wasn't even thinking about swimming, she needs the towel to wipe off sweat. Merc notes, by the way, Ilya has a towel with him too. Joshua awkwardly recalls it was only about looking at the source, not diving into it. He hasn't even gotten there yet. A breathtaking view opens up before them. Majestic mountains rise in the distance. Elijah announces that they have arrived. Joshua does not hide his admiration for this beauty. The waterfall crashes loudly into a small lake, from which a light mist rises into the sky. Unable to contain his delight, he notes how enchanting this place looks. Seeing the water bubbling, the boy decides that it is hot. He takes off his glove and carefully dips his hand in to check the temperature. Feeling a sudden pain from the burn, he instantly pulls his hand back and exclaims from the unbearable heat. Convinced that it is too hot to visit the onsen, he asks Ilya if there are demons in such hot springs. Ilya gladly agrees, encourages his friend to try it himself, and even offers to massage his back. At this point, Maida appears. She insists that it is her concern. Elijah looks discontentedly at the girl, while Joshua can even imagine stepping into such water. He turns to Merc and Aska, who also test the water and then quickly pull their hands back. It's too hot for them too. The boy notes that demons tolerate such temperatures better, but for others, such water is completely unsuitable. Reflecting that the water will cool down to the desired temperature by the time it reaches the village, he suddenly hears some noise. His thoughts are immediately interrupted. Thunder rolls around again, and everyone flinches in surprise, not understanding where the sound is coming from. At first, the man thinks it's an earthquake, but Merc notes that it's more likely a huge herd of wild armored boars or some other creatures of similar size roaring beneath their feet. Concerned, Joshua notes that a strange noise is coming from very close to the village. Merc confirms that the sound is indeed coming from the southern side, right from the direction of the settlement. He apologizes, saying that Anson will not be able to help today. Ilya calmly assures that there is no need to worry. With reproach, she notes that only Meta had hope left, while she, on the contrary, blames Ilya. Met, offended, orders. While pouting, Joshua calms her down. They will soon have their own source. He asks Asuhara to report the wanderer to the village, and she agrees. Asuha spreads her wings and disappears in the direction of the village. Joshua says he will go to investigate where the strange sound is coming from. Meanwhile, Met still cannot shake off the offense. They quickly rush there from where the noise is coming. Noticing the clouds of dust rising above the forest, Joshua immediately realizes this could only have been caused by wild boars charging in a herd. He is troubled by the thought, what if these are armed wild boars? Although these beasts do not gather in herds, under the control of the Lord of Demons, they could very well be forced to act together. The boy notices that people are fighting for this land against the Demon King. They hurry on, and suddenly he notices a mysterious rumble is approaching. Listening closely, he realizes these creatures are moving too slowly to be wild boars. The unexpected discovery confuses him. They are not wild boars at all. It's just a pack of some black, fluffy creatures rushing towards them at full speed. Horned, fluffy creatures resembling sheep appear before my eyes. And only a moment later does the understanding come. It is movement. Merc clarifies the question with Joshua once again. He explains that these sheep are special. They were bred by the Demon King himself. They provide not only milk, but also a lot of valuable wool. The raw material from them is very expensive for people, but there is a serious catch. These animals are aggressive, quite clever, and even carnivorous. The man notes that their wool could be quite a find, but he is unlikely to be able to keep such a flock. Meanwhile, one of the creatures notices the stranger. Blood oozes from the wound, and the creature points at Joshua as if he were a real person, throwing him off balance. Joshua can to believe his eyes the creature is talking. He immediately decides that this is probably the leader of the whole herd. Meanwhile, Muv asks with irritation whether the man intends to interfere with their plans. The boy tries to say something, but blood fills his mouth and the words dissolve into a moan. Meanwhile, the creature mutters, "Although the grass here is tasty, this place has become too dangerous." Ilya anxiously surveys the flock, finding no peace. From the main moor comes the command to wipe the man off the face of the earth, and the entire pack turns towards the heroes. The angry crowd shouts that people are a threat and calls for them to be trampled. Ilya rushes to defend Joshua, instantly drawing his katana and gesturing for him to stay back. However, Joshua disagrees. There are too many enemies around, so the main thing now is for everyone to return to the village. The girl wanted to argue further, but hesitated. At the moment when everyone was already gathered to flee, Merc took a combat stance. One of the guys asked in surprise what she was planning, and the she-wolf replied with a sparkle in her eyes that she had no intention of retreating. Josip calls out to Merc in surprise as several shadows rush past him. Suddenly, other werewolves appear before the guy. They instantly take defensive positions, intently gazing and carefully watching every word. Determination is evident in their eyes. A loud barking breaks through the air. The boy, frightened by such bravery, anxiously notes that charging in headfirst is too risky. Suddenly, Ilya approaches him and shows him something, distracting him from his fear. Observing how the languages fell silent, they notice the bewilderment of the creatures themselves. They cannot comprehend why they are reacting so strangely and why the hooves no longer thunder. The fear of werewolves and their wolf-like growls enveloped the people. Joshua compared the connection between the crowd and the werewolves to the relationship between wolves and sheep, believing that this similarity could be effectively exploited. Merc and his companions receive the order to surround the monsters along the perimeter. The creatures are confused and frightened, flailing about without any idea how to escape. The wolves surrounded the crowd from all sides and drove them together. The fear on their faces only grew, and horror made the blood run cold in their veins. In panic, they tremble with fear, quickly whispering to each other, "What should we do now?" Determination runs across Joshua's face. It's time for him to act. A tall wooden fence appears around the enemies, firmly locking all their escape routes. The surprised creatures helplessly succumb to the pressure, not understanding where this strange tree came from. One of them notices that more and more runners are appearing around. Upon closer inspection, the creatures notice horns and wings on the strangers. Reinforcements from the village are rushing to help the heroes. Despair grips everyone. It seems that there are no more ways to escape. But the leader of the herd, gathering all his determination, reminds that now is not the time to give up. A loud cry of inevitable victory is interrupted by the cold edge of the katana. Ilya, tightly gripping the sword, is ready to leap into battle. Her gaze is a true threat. Movement freezes. The heart tightens with icy fear, and all confidence disappears instantly. Ilya's piercing gaze penetrates the beast to the bone, and fear only intensifies. The animal gradually retreats, unable to withstand the girl's pressure. Relatives call the desperate Moa Sarai and regretfully inform her that she has suffered defeat. Ilya asks Joshua what to do next. He notes that no one else wants to fight anymore. Now all the creatures silently gather around the fallen comrade. Joshua understands, since the resistance has finally subsided, it's time to try to start a conversation with them. Together with the girls, they approach the main opponent, who lay exhausted and defeated right on the ground. Barely moving its tongue, the creature cautiously watches the heroes, and when they approach, it hesitantly tries to defend itself. Joshua reassures the creature, assuring it that no one intends to harm it. Move, lowering his eyes, apologizes fear lived in his heart, as they were constantly attacked by others. His words upset Joshua, who sympathetically asks if Move is related to the Demon King. Move nods. Yes, it turns out that it is indeed so. The creature recounted how it was kept in cramped stalls and constantly tormented, which is why it dared to escape. Despairingly, they complained that instead of water, they were given dirt, and instead of food, rotten meat. Joshua sincerely sympathizes they had seen treatment worse than that of ordinary cattle. The essence adds, as soon as they broke free, their misfortunes took on the appearance of people and monsters. Right now, they are grazing in this meadow. The boy sadly thinks that they have had to go through such trials. He warns that if they go further, they will come across human settlements. The creature agrees with a slight despair. Then they will be attacked again. Hoarse, moaning sounds accompany every movement. Elijah turns to Joshua. She suggests involving them if he has no objections. Joshua clarifies if she is sure about her decision. Ilya supports her and calmly states that he trusts the coalition leader's choice. The guy feels a bit awkward and doubts whether he is worthy of holding such a position. Joshua reports that they have currently decided to accept them. Meanwhile, Mate, Merc, and Asuka are watching the developments with interest. Joshua returns to Saraza, who meets him with a watchful gaze. The boy asks her how she is living in this place. The creature replies by asking if they have the right to stay here, as the land belongs to them. Joshua assures that he is not asking for anything in return, but cautiously suggests perhaps they would agree to share milk and wool in exchange for fresh food and a roof over their heads. All the lands provided to them remain at their disposal. Use them as you wish. Maeve cannot believe that she received such a generous offer, and even housing was provided. She confidently says that they will be happy. The man explains they were just looking for a source of wool, so everything turned out perfectly. And Maeve hopes that they will be treated with kindness. After the introduction, Joshua shook the little hoof of the creature in agreement. Together they set off back to the village. The boy explains to Cereza in detail how to get to the river and assures him that it is very close to the settlement. Saras and her relatives would be thrilled with Evans. In her opinion, this place is so large that it could easily accommodate their entire pack. Considering Mover's wishes, he promises to build a huge barn for them. Using his abilities, he constructs a wooden building right before everyone's eyes. Mover watches in awe at the incredible power. Suddenly, a house rises before them, and this greatly surprises everyone. One of those present assures that there are people stronger even than the Demon Lord. Another adds that this guy will definitely surpass their shepherd. However, Joshua dismisses such a thought and suggests they better go to the stable. Mubav sincerely thanks Joshua from the bottom of his heart and assures him he can come for milk and wool anytime. The boy asks if it is really appropriate. The essence cheerfully replies it's even better because the old coat has long become tight and hot. Merc and Asahad can stop admiring, petting the language. His fur is so soft that they can to let go. Joshua smiles it's as good if everyone agrees. As he walks to the barn, he asks if they would be okay with such a dwelling, already imagining himself sinking into a cozy pillow and fluffy blanket. As soon as all the mobs went inside, they were immediately overcome by sleep. Saraza scolded them at first, but then she thought maybe they were just tired. After such a long run, Joshua reassured her, everything is fine. The boy notices that their fur would be perfect for a soft bed and decides to build one for himself when everyone wakes up. But before he can do anything, Sarasa suggests using her as a pillow. Joshua looks at her in surprise, not understanding what she means. Sarasa explains that these things served as beds for the soldiers of the Lord of Demons. Joshua skeptically asks if this is really true. Mouvet confirms what he heard. One of the guys suggests meeting in the evening, adding that he would be happy to help. In the deep night, a full moon shines in the sky. Mai quietly lies next to me, becoming a soft pillow for Joshua. He peacefully falls asleep, feeling the divine softness of Soraya's fur. However, while continuing to gently touch her, he unexpectedly finds something else. The unexpected scream of Soraya's pierces the silence. Josh's eyes widen instantly. He jumps to his feet and anxiously asks what happened. He realizes that he accidentally grabbed the spot where the creatures secrete milk. Sarisa notes that grabbing such places without warning is completely inappropriate. Joshua apologizes, justifying that he didn't even notice where his hand ended up. Sardasa assures that he won't mind if he wants to drink milk, but emphasizes that everything must remain within decent limits. She adds that there is already a promise between them, so nothing can be changed. Joshua frowns, not understanding where she is leading. Before his eyes, Sarasa begins to change, her body enveloped in a dazzling glow, and he instinctively shields himself from the light with his hand. But when the flash finally fades and he dares to look again, what he sees astonishes him. In front of Joshua stands a girl with wavy hair and horns resembling those of a ram. Warmed by excitement, Sarasa, with a sparkle in her eyes, tells him that the blood of the demon lord flows in their veins, so they have been taught since childhood to take on human form. Joshua recalls something similar happening with Merc and cannot hide his surprise. The girl assures him that now she looks quite human, so drinking milk will be easier. Suddenly, Ilya emerges beside them, looming over Cereza with a threatening look. She reminds the girl that she herself spoke about the limits of decency. Cereza nods in agreement, but does not understand what she has done wrong. Calmly lowering his head, Ilya assures that he will not scold for ignorance. She grabs Cereza, who has turned back into an animal again, by the scruff and turns to Joshua. Ilya pulls her towards the exit, casually throwing Joshua a promise that he will later explain to her what the boundaries of decency are under the new rules. The young man asks to treat the girl delicately. Ilya assures him that he will. Met unexpectedly appears and expresses hope that Sarasa will return. Alive? Joshua wonders what Met is doing here. He is also surprised that Merc and Asuha are sleeping in his tent, but decides there is no reason to worry. 3 days passed, and the villagers had new tools for fishing and farming. Now they could shear sheep, so blankets and warm beds became increasingly numerous. Met is happily sharing the news. The houses have become cozier, and the supplies are fully replenished. Merc adds, they owe all of this to Joshua. She also mentions that there is already a water supply system in the village. Water comes here through dug channels that lead directly to the homes. Merc, Metet, and Joshua observe the results of their work, and admiration shines in their eyes. Merc looks into the canal and admits that he feels like swimming. Joshua immediately points out that there will soon be an onsen, so they can swim there, and this water is drinkable. Met notes how easy it has become to get water now. The guy adds that they can also irrigate the fields now. Joshua decides to visit the abandoned slave trader fortress. Perhaps there is still something valuable left there. Met notes that he will go with him, as the settlement is well protected even without her. Moreover, she is curious to see the fortress. Joshua agrees. Met adds that she is perfectly suited to be his guard, as Ilya is the elder and has many matters to attend to. Suddenly, she is engulfed by fear. What if Elijah hears? She falls silent. The awkward presence of the guy next to her intensifies the silence. Merc approaches them and, without any unnecessary words, informs them that he is leaving with them, which greatly pleases Joshua. It turns out that Asuka and Ilya are teaching others the art of hunting, so this trio gets to set off together. Merc volunteers to go ahead to scout the situation. Joshua assures that they will soon catch up and join her. On the road past the green fields, where the moves grazed freely, the travellers waved to them, greeting with a friendly gesture. The forest path leads Joshua and Asuka forward, when suddenly Merc, who has returned from reconnaissance, runs up to them. Breathlessly, he reports that something has happened nearby. She says that everyone they saw in the fortress lies lifeless, and this is undoubtedly the work of someone's hands. Returning from reconnaissance, Merc reports that all the inhabitants of the previously found settlement have died. Moreover, it seems that someone's hand contributed to this. Joshua is literally frozen in shock upon hearing such news. She is interested in whether it concerns those she recently had to encounter and even negotiate with. She names one of them specifically, Namasa, and the girl nods in agreement. Merc reports the death of all people. The boy, in a panic, tries to understand how this could have happened. He suspects that perhaps after the release of the hostages, Cobus refused to pay the promised reward. But it was not only about Cobus, so now everything no longer looks like betrayal. In the distance, smoke stretches across the horizon, and Joshua, observing this, insists that they need to scout the area and find out what is happening there. Finally, the squad reaches their destination, but a horrifying scene awaits them. The entire settlement has turned into a wasteland. Buildings are destroyed, Debris of stone and wood lies everywhere, grey ash settles, and among all this are the abandoned bodies of people. Met, shocked by what she sees, hides her face in her sleeve. The boy looks around in confusion and cannot hide his astonishment, screaming in terror. Looking slowly around, the girl notices that whoever did this truly had a burning hatred for people in their heart. Joshua simply agrees quietly. The boy understands countless half-humans dream of taking revenge on humanity for ancient grievances. Out loud, he suggests perhaps the fortress was attacked by those half-humans who noticed a weak spot in its defenses. Surveying the ruins, Joshua notes everything has been destroyed here, both homes and crops in the fields. Thinking about it, he wonders if there is still something left in the harvest. Merc suddenly interrupts him, noting that someone is approaching. His words are anxious and confusing. The boy persistently asks again. The squad gradually finds itself surrounded by a ring of armed half-humans. Catching sight of the pointed cat ears, flexible tails, and unusual weapon shapes, Joshua instantly realizes who he will have to face. In a loud voice, he addresses the fighters of the nearby squad, calling them Kodalaxes, and confidently states before us are the mercenaries of Glank. Met tries to repeat a difficult word for her, but instead of the whole, she only pronounces individual syllables. At this time, Merc highlights the word mercenaries for himself. Joshua begins to explain the people of the Kodalax live in the desert, in the Glank region, and he also notes they are half-human. One day they were attacked by foreigners who sought to capture them. The native land of the Kodalax was destroyed. Because of this, they joined the demonic lord, but as soon as they gained enough strength, they chose the path of complete independence. Torn between two camps, the Kodalax settled in the south of the continent. Amazed by the unexpected encounter with the Kodalaxes, the boy admits that he had no idea he would end up in such a situation. The half-humans behave extremely aggressively, deciding that they are facing survivors accidentally found from the settlement. One of them commands the group to lay down their weapons and offers a quick death in case of voluntary surrender. Joshua exclaims that they are not enemies and tries to explain that just a few days ago he himself joined the fight on the side of the locals. In response, the girl only becomes more indignant and shouts that she doesn't believe a word he says. In her eyes, this guy is not just vile. He supposedly captured half-humans while hiding himself while others were dying. Met assures that this is just a misunderstanding. He swiftly draws his katana and stands as a shield in front of Joshua. He tries with all his might to prove that despite being human, Joshua is different from everyone else. At that moment, Kodalak notices the horn on her forehead. The mercenary perceives this attack in her own way. She decides that the demon is under someone's control and is forced to serve someone. She even shows sympathy for the girl, but her hand is already firmly gripping the hilt of the sword. Such words strike Meta to the core of her being. A tense fight breaks out among the girls. The mercenary throws a sharp taunt, claiming that her rival is skilled in battle. Despite the unfavorable situation, Met passionately counters that it's not true. She doesn't rely on anyone. She shouted loudly to Merc to protect Joshua. Merc only replied that she understood that even without a hint. A werewolf is watching the scuffle closely from the side. He thinks that the opponents in this battle have equal strength. Meanwhile, other mercenaries are already heading to the meeting place. Joshua is frantically searching for the right solution. He already understands well the difficult situation the race he encountered is in, and he absolutely does not want to make enemies among the inhabitants of Glank. He sees no sense in a confrontation. With such thoughts, the guy calls Meta. The young man asks the girl to step back. She obediently complies with the request, while he simultaneously casts a creation spell. Suddenly, a figure appears before the hired hand, blocking her path and preventing her from completing the attack. The blade of the sword comes crashing down with force, but instead of hitting its target, it strikes the stone with a loud noise, causing no harm. Joshua was sure he had stopped the attack, but the mercenary deftly grabbed the edge, in an instant found herself on top, and effortlessly leaped over the wall. In her eyes was the determination to put an end to this battle. At the very last moment, someone calls Nia by name, commanding her to stop. She obeys, but immediately begins to justify her actions. This company raises her suspicions, no matter how you look at it. Kotalak, who turns out to be her father, partially agrees with his daughter, although not entirely. Gazing intently at the crowd, he immediately notices a strange combination: a human, a shapeshifter, and a demon gathered together. The mercenary thoughtfully notes that it is rare to encounter such a colourful company. But before he can finish his sentence, an arrow whizzes by with a whistle. A tense excitement grips everyone. They all start looking around. But soon, the shooter reveals himself. He demands in a threatening tone to explain who these half-people are. Joshua is stunned to recognize the shooter. It is Elijah with a bow at the ready. Without hesitating for a second, Ilya grabs the katana and swiftly charges at the stunned opponents. In response, they instantly raise their weapons and sharply command her to stop. The girl has no intention of submitting a fight, breaks out between her and the enemies. She confidently engages in combat with several opponents at once, showing not a trace of fear. Nea's father stands aside, calm and relaxed, not in a hurry to intervene. But Ilya explodes with anger. The girl rushes at him headlong. The mercenary effortlessly deflects her blows, even with a smile. It seems to amuse him a bit. Elijah shouts at him to stay away from Joshua. Watching the match intently, the boy barely manages to notice the fighters' movements. They rush with dizzying speed. However, Joshua notices Kotalak is not giving it his all. He has another weapon in his sheath, but he is in no hurry to draw it. The boy's persistent words echo in the air. He begs the princess to stop, convincing her that the mercenary doesn't really want to fight at all. Nea's father points out Elias's superhuman strength and advises him to change his sword, saying that this weapon won to withstand such a furious attack. Nea confidently states that he can handle it, but Kotalek calmly assures him that there is no need for that. Hope for a favourable turn of events arose only because Ilya was too steadfast for her. Nea usually falls silent and does not dare to argue with her father. Meanwhile, Joshua feels a sense of relief. The mercenary has managed to tame her hostility after all. The boy had never seen such swift work with a dagger. It's hard to even imagine what would have happened if she had drawn both weapons at once. It seemed that even Ilya wouldn't have been able to handle such an opponent. Nay was silent. Her father only smiled with mild amusement, casting a slightly condescending glance at his daughter. Apologizing for his daughter's behavior, Katalek assures that she did not intend to offend anyone. Finally, he introduces himself. His name is Belon, and he serves as a soldier in Glank. The boy also refers to himself by this name. Balon is wondering if that Joshua everyone is talking about is from the Fender Coalition. The boy should have guessed, and his assumption was confirmed. He then becomes interested in those people mentioned by the mercenaries themselves. Babylon, without any emotion, admits all this terrible cruelty is their doing. The man explains the fortresses in Kapoten have owed them a considerable amount, and it is time to repay this debt. Joshua finally explains why he insisted that everyone leave the place. He also shares his plan to explore the fortress. Meanwhile, Ilya and Mate remain cautious and closely watch the mercenaries. Balin smiles self-satisfiedly. There is nothing more to find here. After the attack, there were no traces left, and the Kodaloks are not going to share the spoils if there are no witnesses around. The boy claims that he doesn't need anything special. They are only here to assess the condition of the fields and the harvest. In response, Kotlak suggests trying to search the area. The mercenaries have completed all their tasks in these areas and are now preparing to head back south. Suddenly, Naya returns breathing heavily. It's clear she was in a hurry. Belon immediately asks if she found anything. The answer is disappointing. There is nothing in the fortress. Merc, surprised, clarifies who they are looking for. Somewhere nearby there should be. Kodalax, a man, is asking if anyone has seen him. Merce confidently stated that she noticed nothing and didn't even catch a whiff of anything suspicious, but promised to inform immediately if she learned anything. Balon quietly thanked her, while Nia, not hiding her irritation at the politeness between them, nervously bit her lip. A tense silence envelops her figure. At that moment, Joshua cannot help but think, has their friend fallen into the hands of those who cannot be trusted? Moreover, they may not have the best intentions. The feeling of anxiety intensifies. He wants to find the missing friend as soon as possible. Suddenly, a loud voice brings Joshua back to reality. Someone is asking why he is here. The boy turns around. The Kotalak's carts are tipped over on their side, and bags and boxes are scattered everywhere. Balon smiles wryly, joking that they have created problems for themselves. He concludes, "It seems they want to be moving any further." The mercenaries surrounded the carts, carefully inspecting the damage and sorting through the cargo. The destruction is striking in many places. Boards are missing or completely cracked. Axles are broken, and some wheels have not withstood the impact at all. Irritation flares in Nai's eyes, and she angrily asks how those carts could have been broken at all. Her father, trying to calm his daughter, reassures her that anything can happen in life. However, it is noted everything acquired will remain here, as they will not be able to take anything with them. Joshua offers his help with the repairs, assuring that he knows how to use magic. Balon is initially pleased with the idea, but quickly realizes that there are 5 broken carts, so it will take quite a bit of time. After surveying the damage, the boy notes that the wheels can definitely be repaired. According to him, dealing with this issue is a matter of a few minutes for him. She irritably interrupts her interlocutor, warning him not to make up nonsense. She explains that even an experienced mage would need at least a day to restore this carriage. Jokingly, Joshua suggests that this experienced magician might have been involved in completely different matters. Silence fell. Naya is angry, while Balon thoughtfully rubs his chin. Finally, the decision has been made. If Joshua insists, we can start the repairs. Moreover, Kotalak assures that this time he will definitely reward the help with a generous reward. A genuine interest appears on the boy's face, so he immediately gets to work. Instead of repairing the broken wheels, he suggests why patch up the old when it's easier to make something new. In an instant, the carriage disappears as if it dissolved into the air. Under the influence of magical will, Nia, frightened and irritated, asks in outrage what Joshua has done. The father explains to his daughter, for creation magic, materials must first be put away for storage. She asks her to be quiet and just observe what is happening. The girl responds with displeasure that she is aware of the events, but cannot understand how it is even possible to move the entire board at once. Balon only smiles mysteriously in response. However, he had never seen a whole cart stored in the warehouse. Overhearing this conversation, Joshua concludes that among the southern wizards, he truly stands out with remarkable power. Under the influence of the restoration spell, the cart returns to its old place, looking brand new, completely undamaged. This miracle does not escape Kotalak's eyes. He is genuinely surprised and pleased, noting that it all took just a few minutes. Balon enthusiastically highlights the boy's magical abilities and invites him to join their team. Ilya bursts with indignation. Such a decision is clearly not to her liking, and she states that it is completely unfair. Together with Met and Merc, she shields Joshua with her body, as if trying to protect him from an unwanted choice. The young man can only politely and confidently refuse. At the same time, the master notes that if the mercenaries bring trouble nearby again, he can always be called to deal with the consequences. However, this service will not come cheap. Balon just nods at this, promising to keep such an offer in mind. Finally, the moment has come to keep the promise he suggests, naming the reward for the completed work. Joshua asks for plant seeds without hesitation. Not focusing on the quantity, even a few seeds will be enough. Kotalak asks someone to bring seeds. Nia is shocked, shaken to believe that her father so easily agreed to give them away. Her eyes widen in surprise and anxiety. Balon merely shrugs, saying that a settled life is not in store for them, and there is no hope for fields and harvests. However, the daughter stubbornly refuses to give up, preferring to do anything to keep her father. She calls it the last legacy of Glenka. Moreover, she mentions some Lisa and talks about her mother's last wish, the fulfillment of which now depends on something. Kotalak thoughtfully notes that it is still better than letting the seeds rot in vain. It is much wiser to allow others to use them, keeping hope for a future harvest. Balon hands Joshua a pouch of seeds. He explains that it is glink wheat and asks him to grow it carefully. The boy carefully presses the bag to his chest and asks if this wheat needs special care. Kotalak reassures him the grain is not demanding, just a little water is enough, and the ears will grow tall and strong. There is expected to be a large harvest, so it will need to be collected often and in large quantities. The mercenary says goodbye to his new acquaintances and finally invites Josh to visit them if fate brings him to these lands. Meanwhile, Naya silently waits for him a little to the side. Unexpectedly, Bailong advises to be more cautious. The guy is curious if this warning pertains to other people who might do something bad in the area. The mercenary just shrugs and says, "No, it's just a friendly piece of advice." Joshua expresses his gratitude, while Kudalak turns around, nods, and bids farewell with a warm smile. Returning to the village, the squad feels relief the mission has been accomplished. They have received the wheat. Yet a troubling, dark premonition envelops the boy's soul, preventing him from finding peace. Marcus looks at the found items with skepticism, according to her. What she saw is unlikely to be useful. But Joshua is not worried. He says it will come in handy. In front of them, spread out on the ground, is a cloth, and on it is a whole mountain of vegetables. This is what their search in the fortress has led to. Thanks to the werewolf's keen sense of smell, they tried to find traces, but everything valuable had long been taken away. In addition to this, they managed to find only 200 demonic turnips. The boy assures that the amount of seeds can be increased. He says that growing demonic turnips is not difficult at all. Merc is curious about what this is about. The merchants explain this is an ordinary turnip that has absorbed too much magic. Such a crop not only yields a good harvest, but is also completely safe for consumption. The story did not impress the girl at all. It only added more mysteries. Then Joshua tries to explain it more simply. A demonic turnip is the same turnip, only it grows much faster. It just needs a little watering, and in a month you can harvest it. The young man notes that the demonic turnip tastes extremely bitter, although it is entirely edible. He also reminds that they have wheat left from belong it is time to start sowing the field. However, at the mere mention of the bitterness of the turnip, Merc cannot calm down and asks twice in outrage if it is really that unpalatable. Joshua, Elijah, and Matt stood in the middle of the field. The man announced that the place for planting had already been prepared. However, there was still some grass to take care of before ploughing. Suddenly, Joshua has an idea. He remembers how they once sheltered a whole group of monsters. Without wasting any time, the guy calls Saraz. He immediately responds, filled with joy. Intrigued, the boy asks if he will be able to handle the grass. Thanks to this language. In response, he is confidently promised that there is nothing difficult about it. Joshua tells future farmers, after the grass disappears, the field needs to be ploughed. Then it's a matter of sowing millet and turnips. The boy takes a handful of seeds from his bag, and together with Matt, they carefully examine it, feeling a slight excitement before the unknown. The seeds seem strange. The girl notices that they are too dark and asks if anything will really sprout from them. Joshua just shrugs. He doesn't understand such questions himself. However, the color of this grain is nothing like millet. Nevertheless, Balan assured that everything is fine. So, all that remains is to believe and muster the courage to try. Having reported on the completed task, Ilya brings out a large company of half people to the yard, everyone who understands working with the land. A diverse but confident group lines up behind him. The boy nods gratefully at Ilya. Thanks to the skillful movements, the grass disappeared and the demons began to till the soil. They look somewhat funny, but they work with enthusiasm. Joshua watches them closely. Asuka, along with Merc, Mtet, and Ilya, approaches the landing. The trial is exhausting, but they manage. At one point, Mtet wipes the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and smiles. The princess addresses the seed with a wish for strength and growth. Balon noted that Kiri should not forget this is wheat from their native lands, so it needs to be nurtured with special care. Soon the field will be covered with a golden blanket of millet, and Joshua would like to show the Kotolaks the fruits of this labor. The sowing has been successfully completed. Everything is ready. A few days passed, and one morning, Merc approached Joshua himself with a request. The boy-esque gaze stops on Sook's surprise is evident in his eyes. The girls confidently declare they need clothes. Joshua clarifies again what exactly is meant. Perhaps something unusual or special. Merc nods. Yes, that kind of clothing is needed. After all, both he and Asuha use magic, and ordinary things do not suit them. The girls exchange smiles and acknowledge they desperately need clothes made specifically for witches. And they must be a matching pair. The boy immediately understands what they want from him. He promises to try to make something out of Moas wool. Merc nods at him gratefully. Joshua wonders aloud what other amazing things can be created with magic and duets. Finally deciding, he shares his idea and quickly works his magic. In a moment, the girls change, the ordered costumes are already shining on them. They take turns playfully asking if the new look suits them. The young man assures them that they look wonderful. He adds that it will probably be much easier to study now. Merc joyfully announces that their mentor is none other than Joshua, so ahead of them awaits a multitude of charming insights. However, the guide remains reserved and does not share her enthusiasm at all. He emphasizes once again he is only a master of creation, and all other types of magic come to him as difficult as to anyone else. Moreover, everything he has been able to learn on his own, he has already passed on to the girls. Joshua explains to continue training, one must either go to school or find a grimoire. Merc grumbles discontentedly. He has no intention of leaving his native village, so he simply asks to be given a grimoire. However, the boy shrugs unfortunately. He does not know how to make such books. Ultimately, you can accomplish everything in the world. However, as he sets off to the city, he definitely promises to buy a book. Thoughts arise in his mind about inhuman cities, where one can probably find all sorts of creepy wires for sale. Mer's ears droop down, and she quietly says that then nothing is needed. She adds in a whisper, she doesn't want Joshua to go to another city. The boy tries to say something, but the girl remains silent, immersed in sadness. An awkward pause is suddenly broken by someone's question, what exciting thing is happening here? After hunting, Mattie returns with a huge boar on her shoulder. She notices how nicely the girls are dressed and, smiling, drops her catch right on the ground. Merc proudly shares that Joshua made matching outfits for him and Asuka. Upon hearing this, Metai immediately felt a desire to get new clothes for herself as well. The werewolf mockingly throws that such clothing does not suit her at all. They say they are from the Tinge Wizards and a demoness has no place here. These words explode in her mind like a storm of anger. The girl with a smile declares that anything would suit her. She is just that beautiful. The boy, seeing her delight, promises that if she really wishes for it, he will definitely sew her new clothes. The young beauty, filled with joy, asks again if this is really true. But unexpectedly, joy seems to be erased by the wind, and in its place comes hesitation. He freezes, diving into thoughts. A tense silence hangs in the room between Merc and Asuka. Joshua thinks to himself, she probably needs clothes, but he has no idea what things she dreams of. Finally, having obtained a permanent home, Met asks Joshua to sew her clothes the kind that he thinks will suit her best. The boy asks in surprise, does she really want him to make the choice himself? The girl confidently confirms this with a joyful smile. Joshua confesses in confusion that he has no idea where to start. In his opinion, May's clothes are not bad and the armor is quite suitable. But then a sudden idea flashed in the demon's mind. She claims that she dreams of a dress like those worn by brides at weddings. After all, on such occasions, everyone wears something special, right? The werewolf and Tengu cast dissatisfied glances at her. The young man confirms, yes, they really wear them. And if he wants to, he will do it too. Merc and Ashwaga are excited. They also urgently need wedding dresses. Joshua is completely taken aback by such a statement. The conversation among the girls quickly turns into a cheerful uproar. Each one tries to interrupt the other. Mi suddenly declares that she is the one getting married and will not give up her outfit for anything. The others categorically disagree and are not willing to concede. The boy, tired of the arguments, decides to just go along with it. Meanwhile, Elijah approaches them and asks what Joshua is up to. The boy explains the girls argued over clothes. Elijah indignantly demands to stop, as she can no longer bear the tense atmosphere. She warns that with such behavior, they will only push Joshua away. However, he immediately assures that even if they treated him worse, he would not hate them. The princess gently takes his hand in hers and confesses that she loves him above all else. A gentle smile appears on her face, and her cheeks have slightly flushed. Feeling uncomfortable, Joshua cautiously agrees he loves too. And under the watchful gaze of the others, he quickly adds, of course, he loves everyone else as well. Meat indignantly states that Ilya has once again outpaced everyone, but the princess firmly assures that she does not understand what the discussion is about at all. She does not allow others to be humiliated and adds that the boy is already tired of their childish antics. These words frighten Ashoka. Elijah is confident if the other girls are not as smart and mature as she is, Joshua will never acknowledge them. A quarrel immediately begins. Who is the real adult here and who is still a child? Joshua notices with surprise that he barely had time to blink before he was already leading a squad of half-humans. It was recalled how recently 2 demons visited him with a request to allow them to hold a wedding. It seems that Joshua is no longer limited to helping with magic. Now, he is being consulted on truly important and personal matters. Such recognition brings him genuine satisfaction. He is happy to be able to be of help to others. Despite this, anxiety burns in Joshua's soul. He cannot shake the thought. Will he be able to protect everyone while holding such a responsible position? Since the boy arrived here, he has truly bonded with the residents, and if he stays, he will do everything possible for the well-being of the settlement. In Joshua's memory, the moment of betrayal by former comrades comes to life again. Traveling has always been difficult for him. He can survive alone, and his combat skills are far behind others. The boy wonders if he is capable of actions worthy of a true coalition leader. An unexpected phone call pulls him out of his world of thoughts. Ilya anxiously asks if Joshua has suddenly fallen ill. However, he immediately assures her that nothing of the sort has happened. Merc begins to reproach the princess, saying that she scared the boy with her stern appearance so much that he almost got frightened. Such words confuse Ilya, and she becomes flustered by the unexpected remark. Frightened, as if seeking confirmation, she turns to Joshua. Did this really happen? The boy smiles gently and assures her that everything is fine. He was just lost in thought. In the end, the girls won the argument and received a promise they would be sewn any outfit they desire. Smiling, Elijah thanks Joshua for his efforts. She assures him that if any problems arise or help is needed, he can always reach out. Emotions overwhelm Met, and she sincerely and joyfully responds to her interlocutor's words. In excitement, she exclaims, calling the guy her husband, but immediately realizes and carefully corrects herself, replacing husband with friend. She firmly assures that they are ready to do anything necessary for Joshua. Murch assures that he will support him, so there is no sense in taking all the worries upon oneself. Asuka also states that she is ready to overcome all the difficulties that may arise along the way together. With a smile on his face, Joshua sincerely thanks everyone. Suddenly, a strange noise cuts through the silence. Everyone looks around warily, straining to listen to every sound around them, trying to find its source. Saris runs up to them with cries of despair. The boy asks in surprise what happened. In response, he hears an agitated story in the south. The herds were grazing peacefully, enjoying the fresh grass, when suddenly a crowd of people rushed in. The news that orcs were chasing them greatly frightened everyone who heard it. Without hesitation, Sarasa firmly states these goblins definitely serve in the army of the Demon Lord. The girl's words fly by like an icy wind, and a troubling suspicion pierces Joshua to the bone. Without wasting a moment, he bolts from the spot and races straight to the exit of the village, completely ignoring Ilya's persistent shouts trying to stop him. Hurrying forward, the boy suddenly remembers how he once watched from afar the movements of Lord Demon's army. According to Sarasa, people are ruthlessly driven out and herded from the south. Pretending that nothing is happening around him is no longer bearable for Joshua. His gaze is directed towards the smoke rising into the sky in the distance. Finally, the girls manage to catch up with him. He strongly warns them not to leave the settlement under any circumstances, explaining that if they side with either party in the conflict, they will inevitably make a dangerous enemy, which almost guarantees getting involved in the war. Joshua asks the demon to close the gates behind him. At that moment, Elijah shouts his name, trying to stop him. The girl tries to convince the boy that going alone is too risky. However, he responds by reminding her that if half-humans choose the side of humanity, they will inevitably become enemies of the Demon Lord and find themselves on the brink of life and death. Joshua's imagination paints terrifying pictures, one worse than the other. Dark scenarios of what this conflict could mean for everyone involved flash before his eyes. The boy commands his friends to stay in place and not to move until he returns. And although they try to convince him and call him back, he rushes forward without looking back. The cart with the fugitives rushes somewhere into the dense thickets, trying to avoid the pursuit, but the orcs do not lag behind for a moment. Suddenly, Joshua appears on the road. With a strain in his voice, he calls to the people to flee north, while he stays behind to give them a few precious minutes. The driver manages to throw in only a brief thank you. Thanks to the magic, the boy instantly raises a tall fence behind him, and at that moment, his pursuers are already catching up to him. The wild clamor of orcs fills the air as they rush headlong in pursuit. The leader does not allow them to slow down, constantly urging and commanding them to give the fugitives no chance to hide. But suddenly a barrier appears before them, and the enemy's forces are momentarily engulfed in confusion. The lonely figure in the middle of the field seems to them just a simple mockery. They shout insults, calling him a fool. They loudly scream that those like him have already been dealt with by entire mountains. Their frenzied laughter causes Joshua anxiety. The boy has no choice but to hold on. Gathering all his determination, he shouts a challenge to the orcs. Let them try, for he will take them all with him. In response, he hears only a cold promise he alone will have to say goodbye to life. The monsters charge forward, preparing to attack. Joshua calmly waits until they get close. The plan looks simple. As soon as the enemies get close, the guy will drop a pre-prepared structure and block their way. If the plan fails, it will end with only him dying. But Ilya doesn't give him a chance to wait for the right moment. The girl confidently declares the boy's enemies are her enemies too. No matter how powerful they are, she will still stand to fight. The katana in Ilya's hands gleamed as she finally drew it from its sheath. She turned to Joshua, asking him not to hide his suffering after all. The burden is easier to bear together. Once he saved his friends, and now it was time to help him. Elijah assures that anyone who is an enemy of Joshua automatically becomes her enemy as well. A girl steps forward, draws her katana, and declares, "Now is their time to repay the boy for his rescue. They will help him just as he once saved them." Inspired by her own words, the princess momentarily lost her vigilance. Suddenly, an orc appears behind her, swinging its massive weapon. Joshua loudly warns her of the danger. Suddenly turning, Ilya instantly knocks the attacker to the ground with a powerful blow. He ominously warns that if the orcs surrender right now, she will not pursue them. The plan, however, did not yield the expected result. The monsters are confident in their own power. In their eyes, these two pose no serious threat. Boldly launching an attack, the monsters intend to instantly destroy the defenders of humanity. The realization of the inevitable battle envelops the boy. At the same time, due to Ilya's lack of a horn, the orcs will not perceive the girl as a demon. This saves the half-people. They will not be drawn into a war with the demon lord. Meanwhile, Yosip is conjuring, creating magical arrows. The boy warns Ilya to be careful and promises to distract the enemies onto himself. The girl responds with a smile, quickly throwing herself into the very heart of the struggle. Watching her, Joshua only becomes convinced the girl understood nothing. Despite the enemy's advantage, Ilya does not give up. Arrows fly one after another into the crowd of orcs. Many of them are already seriously injured, and the girl asks if they plan to continue fighting. But for orcs, surrendering to humans is a terrible disgrace. They are not going to endure defeat by someone like her, and with renewed strength, they charge into the attack. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a sharp crack. Multiple crossbows were being drawn everywhere at once. Suddenly, a whole shower of arrows flies towards York. Joshua turns in surprise, not believing his eyes. On the walls, he notices a large number of half-humans. Despite all the persuasion, they could not leave their comrades and stayed to fight alongside them. Ilya apologizes to the guy for his impulsiveness. Joshua reassures, everything is under control. None of the attackers survived, so there are no witnesses left. The details of the incident must not leak out. The boy nods approvingly, as if everything turned out great. Ilya responds to him with a sincere smile. Meanwhile, Joshua thinks the absence of the orc squad will inevitably raise suspicions, which means a new group will definitely be sent to find out the reason. Thus, the secret existence of this place will quickly come to light. A proposal was made to get rid of the bodies by burning them, so that no traces would remain. He adds that now the main thing is to take care of protection. and it's time to return. Returning to the settlement, Joshua and Elijah see exhausted refugees huddled almost helplessly by the fires. The medic who just arrived reported that a considerable number of wounded had been brought in. They all immediately began to receive attentive care. The boy thinks that the girl promises to talk to others. The princess adds, "Just ask, and any help will be nearby." The refugees look warily at the half-humans, and every touch evokes true horror in them. As soon as Joshua approaches closer, the driver immediately recognizes him. He asked Joshua in surprise if he really stood on the same side as the half-humans, and then suggested arranging for mutual assistance. In the conversation, the guy reassures, asks not to worry, and explains, "Here gather semi-humans who only want to protect themselves from external threats." If hostility is not shown, these residents treat guests very warmly. The driver hesitates, but eventually agrees. Joshua asks where they fled from. In response, he hears from Sabern. The locals tried to resist the 50,000-strong army, but in vain. In the boy's memory, it surfaces Sabern, a southern city located on the border between two sides. To this day, this fortress has remained impregnable to the army of the Lord of Demons. Joshua wonders if all the cities to the south of here have already fallen. The interlocutor confirmed, yes, everyone died, without exception. The man is curious whether the enemy is advancing on these lands, and hears in response the enemy army is moving north. Previously, the fallen were also moving there, but it was only one unit. The driver adds that the army is commanded by Bish himself. Joshua clarifies whether it is the same Bish known to everyone as the Lord of Demons. The man assures him this orc is famous for being the most brutal and bloodthirsty among all of his kind. A true veteran of many battles, Bish is particularly fascinated by weapons forged from demon horns. And of course, that's not all. This very monster destroyed Joshua's hometown. Thanking for the information received, Joshua assures that if one moves north along the river, there will be no difficulties. Before leaving, he invites everyone to share a meal with him. The stranger assured that the travelers would also be given enough provisions for the long journey. Upon hearing this, the interlocutor could hardly believe his ears and sincerely thanked him for such care. But suddenly he caught himself thinking, he still didn't know how to address his benefactor. Joshua introduces himself, and the young man replies, "He is Barak, Lord Saberna." Joshua thanks him once more, and the young men shake hands firmly. People and half-people begin the meal. Observing everything that is happening, Merc does not look away. The guy is curious about what happened. The girl explains that she hasn't met anyone here besides Joshua for a long time, so she is just watching. His answer satisfies him, although doubts remain. The werewolf seems to be frozen in anticipation, as if intently gazing into the darkness, preparing for something unknown. Barak seems to be restless. While calm prevails, around everyone is sitting at the table, leisurely having dinner, talking. He is only intently staring at his plate, tensing his shoulders from anxiety. Finally, having made a decision, the guy suddenly stands up and, despite attempts to hold him back, resolutely heads towards the cart. Joshua watches him in shock and, unable to contain his curiosity, asks what happened. Barak pulls out a huge chest and asserts this is forbidden, otherwise God will never forgive them for it. One of the companions objects if so, then in case of danger, they will have no way to resist the army. The host responds by shouting that if necessary, he will stand against the army himself. After that, he calls Joshua. The lid of the box opens. The man offers to take everything inside. Joshua freezes in surprise. A tiny figure is looking at them intently from the box. At first, the boy decides that he is looking at a person, but upon closer inspection, he recognizes the characteristic features. It is a child of the Kodalaku. Barak explains that although people were unable to cope, they still hoped to patch up the military budget by selling the baby. With a sorrowful voice, Lord admits that at some point he realized he was on the brink of a terrible act that neither God nor he himself would ever forgive. And Joshua is happy. It's just wonderful for him. The man is confident that he knows whose baby this is and suggests leaving it here. Merc carefully examines the child. Barak reminds that even half-humans have loved ones. The interlocutor eventually agrees to fulfill the request. With a wave of his hand, Joshua creates several swords and hands them to the Lord. He notes that they are currently lacking weapons, and thus it is time to defend themselves. Barak looks at the swords in surprise, not hiding his astonishment. He apologizes for having to make such sacrifices for him and his people. The Lord, also intrigued, asks how all of this became possible. The young man smiles and replies that it is nothing other than the magic of creation. Smoke curls over the rooftops, rising into the sky. And in one of the buildings, friends have silently gathered around an empty table. At the meeting, Joshua speaks. He apologizes for making everyone gather immediately, and then shifts the conversation to the main threat. The Demon Lord S army. Met assures everything was decided long ago. The half-humans will rise to fight regardless of the circumstances. The boy replies that he is already aware, but would prefer to avoid a confrontation if there is a chance. Everyone around holds their breath and watches him closely. Joshua notes that a peace agreement would be a significantly better option for everyone. Ilya supports his opinion. If there is even the slightest chance to avoid bloodshed, it is worth taking advantage of it without hesitation. Reluctantly, Met agrees but reminds that once demons acted the same way, so one should not blindly trust an enemy. To this, Joshua agrees and adds that one should be prepared for a variety of events. The boy notes that their defense is already quite strong. However, he feels that in the event of a battle, it is better to meet the enemy outside the settlement. Ilya frowns in surprise as she feels that it is safer behind the walls. The boy shares her opinion, but adds an important detail. If the siege drags on, supplies will gradually run out. Eventually, food will run out, and the malefactors may poison the water. Then people will be struck by diseases. In such a situation, death is inevitable. A battle of attrition will begin. Everyone will need food and water, and the possibility of leaving the walls may have to be forgotten. Joshua is convinced that it is necessary to act proactively. It is better to strike far from the settlement to minimize all possible risks. Of course, if the plan fails, the squad will be completely at the enemy's mercy, but the children and older residents will remain out of danger. Met agrees, adding that it is much easier to shoot crossbows up close. Merc notes that werewolves in nature move much more agilely. The observer points out that local half-humans in the wild show themselves much more vividly. Joshua assumes that the main strength of this army will consist of orcs. They have considerable power, but their speed and magical abilities are truly lacking. Ilya notes this proves that orcs possess the same traits as demons. The young man responds by adding that if judged solely by the level of strength, demons even surpass orcs. Joshua explains all the orc equipment is forged from ordinary metal, while all the warriors of the Fender Coalition wear armor and weapons made of rare purple metal. Demons lack only numbers and experience. Orcs, on the other hand, impress with their determination. Even risking their lives, they stubbornly move forward. This is truly impressive. Moreover, it is Bish who leads their squad. The guy notes that each of the options is associated with serious risks, so it is very important for him to find out what others think. A tense silence hung in the crowd as everyone processed the news they had received. Matt is confident it's better to strike first than to wait for the enemy to do it. That's why she likes Joshua's plan. Mercenary does not express any opinion, while Saraza openly disagrees. She is already tired of the endless running back and forth, so she is convinced that it is better to hide behind the walls and wait for developments. Merc directly asks if she's really ready to become a bed for orcs again. Sarisa hesitates, but eventually admits that if the orcs catch up with them, there will be no escape. So she adjusts and supports the idea of a surprise attack. Joshua sincerely thanks everyone present. In that case, it's time to start training. For Ilya and Meta, it should be physical training. The mercenary insists that she should develop her healing abilities. The shapeshifter assures that she can be relied upon, and she will achieve much more. Aska. Joshua advises not to give up the power of the wind, as this ability may become crucial in the future. The Tengu agrees with this. The young man confidently says that he will not back down and will also give it a try. Joshua suggests getting ready. The friends get up from the table and go outside. Finally, their time has come. Under the dome of Met's guidance, demons practice shooting crossbows at targets. The girl approaches the task with complete seriousness and insists that everyone who has difficulty with accuracy repeat the exercise until they achieve perfect results. For Joshua, such a strict approach seems somewhat harsh. 3 months have passed since the group of people was rescued. Meanwhile, Fender-S Coalition is steadily increasing its military power. Warriors confidently master various weapons, bows, crossbows, swords, and shields. The skills in handling each weapon are honed increasingly expertly. The defense of the settlement is now the best of all on the continent. There is no doubt about that. The Ghoul proudly addresses the boy from the Kotalaka tribe, asking if their weapons don't seem cool to him. She playfully ruffles the girl's hair and adds that it is all thanks to Joshua, carefully emphasizing the pronoun. My. The boy responds with an awkward smile. The children call the girl to play together, but she stops for a moment, hesitating. Ultimately, desire wins, and she decides to try her hand at the game. Met notes that even despite the silence of the young captive, it is good that she is gradually starting to trust. The boy agrees and admits that the hardest part was seeing her tears in the first days. The girl quickly shifts the conversation, surprised by Josh's idea to dig a moat around the castle, or as she put it, to make a whole round well. The Ghoul is thrilled that the walls are now reinforced with iron. Now everyone will have to reckon with their strength. The boy smiles contentedly. Focusing on what has been achieved, one seems to stop being afraid now. When the fortress has grown and strengthened so much, even the onslaught of the Lord of Demons' army does not seem terrifying. These walls will withstand any storm. Joshua is convinced that if war can be avoided, it is worth taking that chance. This position forces enemies to be more accommodating in negotiations. However, it is important to have a plan in case confrontation becomes inevitable. Meanwhile, training continues, and the girl diligently gives her orders. The man's thoughts are gaining momentum. Staying inside and defending oneself is definitely not the best choice. It is much wiser to prepare for the fight outside. The flying mice have disappeared, and now different races peacefully share the bright, clear waters. Joshua announces that it is now possible to enter Meta eagerly and excitedly awaits this moment. With excitement, she exclaims now, there is a real onsen in their native village. The man notes that strengthening the defense and attack took quite a bit of time. Only now has it come time for the onsen. The demons, filled with curiosity about this new form of relaxation, are already hurrying to undress Met. Addresses them with a remark, separate rooms are provided for changing. Finally, all questions are resolved, and those eager are preparing to swim. Met excitedly proclaims that it's time to dive, as she can no longer bear it. Ilya happily picks up the idea and calls Joshua to join the guy, however doesn't quite understand their enthusiasm. The princess with a smile adds actually, they even prepared a separate place for him. Joshua, startled by the surprise, anxiously asks what that is supposed to mean. She has already noticed that the guy needs personal space for some things. It seems she still remembers all those instances. With a happy smile, the girl explains that is why a separate pool was prepared for Joshua, well hidden from prying eyes, and she gestures in the direction of the entrance. In the boy's memory, it comes to mind how they built this. At Sui's request, his friend adds, she also asked Tengu to hide the truth. Sui herself quietly apologizes. Tengu admitted that she was sure if not, Joshua definitely wouldn't have agreed. The guy replied that he was happy with the agreement. Although there was too much space inside for him alone, Ilya didn't hesitate and immediately announced that she would go with him. There was just enough space for her there. The princess with a smile admits she dreams of rubbing Joshua's back. Meat instantly flares up and exclaims that Ilya is at it again with her antics. The other girls join in the noise and also express their desires. Ashuga openly offers the boy her help. However, he awkwardly replies that he can manage easily on his own. After a brief observation of this commotion, Joshua finally makes a decision. Suddenly, a terrifying image emerges in his mind, an imagined defeat that has not yet happened. In this horrific vision, one by one, his friends and comrades perish. The boy apologizes to Ilya, explaining that he still has urgent matters to attend to. The girl, looking around in confusion, asks if this is really the case, and then hurriedly apologizes if their behavior somehow affected her. Joshua reassures the girls that everything is fine and advises them to rest. Inside, however, he admits to himself he has once again envisioned a grim future. But out loud, he only says one thing: it's time to continue preparing for a possible war. Left alone, the boy finally gets down to serious preparation. He tirelessly repeats the creation spell, and under his hands, new types of weapons appear one after another. Since his arrival here, Joshua has constantly felt some strange change within himself. The walls of his shelter remain opaque, not allowing a glimpse inside or outside. Everything fits inside, from gigantic objects to entire structures. But the boy is confident if needed, he will even retrieve part of the fortress walls from there. The storage will be useful not only for hiding weapons, but also for accumulating arrows to then strike unexpectedly at the enemies. In Joshua's mind, a multitude of tactics buzzes incessantly. One after another, intricate thoughts emerge, forming complex chains of ideas. His mind tirelessly seeks new approaches and strategies, never pausing in the exploration of possibilities. The realization comes even if every step is calculated down to the smallest detail. Anxiety will not disappear. Peace will still not come. One question spins in Joshua's mind: will they be able to win? The swift walls of the fortress are fortified to the maximum, yet war always brings death. This is its unchanging essence. In memory, the image of Bish, the commander of the Demon Lord S army, arises. His favorite weapon is a demonic horn. One of the best artifacts. Defeating him will be extremely difficult, no matter what the plan is. That is why Joshua reminds himself again of the need to create. He must work tirelessly until he gets closer to his ideal goal. The sky is slowly covered with twilight. The boy has not moved from his spot, completely absorbed in his own affairs. The same tense atmosphere prevails around. At that moment, Fitz Alicia approaches him. Elijah tells the guy that it's enough for today. Joshua weakly tries to argue, saying that he hasn't done everything yet. And again, the girl addresses him by name. Placing his hand on his heart as a sign of sincerity, Ilya pleadingly asks to say at least something and assures that he will listen to everything to the last word. The girl says that this guy always comes to help everyone, so now his friends have decided to make an effort for him as well. Joshua, feeling shy, adds that he himself wants to make his contribution. That is why the guy admits what scares him the most is precisely this. Elijah asks for the last word again, as if unsure if he heard it correctly. Joshua admits that his greatest fear is losing everyone he holds dear. Before coming here, it was even easier for him in some ways. He had already lost his friends. Everything important was left behind. It seemed there was nothing more to lose. Suddenly, they appeared on his path. With wide open eyes, Elijah looks at Joshua, unable to say a word. Regaining his senses, the guy hurriedly starts to apologize and assures that he regrets none of the meetings. The girl just sighs. It's not about that at all. She admits that she simply enjoys seeing how much Joshua loves each of them. The boy replies that, of course he loves, but that is exactly what scares him the most. After all, Min Shu is unable to protect everyone. Touching Joshua's hands with her gentle fingers, Ilya confesses she had no idea that the boy was experiencing the same emotions as she was. Surprised, Joshua asks if she really feels the same way. Smiling, Ilya admits that he no longer feels fear. The reason for this is that this boy is nearby. Surprise spreads in Joshua's eyes as he closely examines his interlocutor. The girl continues her story, confessing that next to him, she feels as if she is capable of protecting everyone around. That is why Ilya asks to believe in both of them. She supports the guy, urging to overcome fears and difficulties together. The girl with a smile asks not to hide worries inside. Joshua suggests that perhaps this has already been considered when thinking about those who will become their enemies in the future. Orcs. The boy recounts that Bish, their commander-in-chief, is armed with demon horns and skillfully uses them in battle. Terror grips Eli, and he asks again about the demon's horns. Joshua replies, "Those horns are stronger than any known metal. They are filled with a power that not only accumulates, but also bursts forth." Joshua thoughtfully searches for a way to defeat the opponent. However, the girl suddenly interrupts his thoughts, asking if it is possible to use the horns. Can the formidable weapon be destroyed and the strong armor pierced? Ilya pulls the trophy out of the package and hands it to the boy. He curiously asks if this horn can really pierce an axe and Bishar's armor. Joshua gazes in awe at the amazing find. Inside, there is a horn broken off right at the base. The boy notes that this is Ilya's horn, and this thing is special to her. The girl agrees for her. This horn has incredible value, as her father gave his life for it. This is where its true worth lies. At the same time, this horn is valuable for another reason as well. It can help save the lives of close friends. Joshua freezes, his gaze fixed on the corner for a few seconds. Regaining his composure, he carefully takes the bundle from his friend's hands. Inspired by the promise, the boy declares this will be the best of everything he has ever created. In response, Ilya smiles warmly and assures him he will be happy about it. Then the boy immediately gets to work. Thoughts about the complexity of this task swarmed in Joshua's head. He would have handled metal instantly, creating a purple katana without any problems. However, before him lay not a piece of metal, but a demon's horn. A completely different story. The man feels that no matter how much magic he invests, it will still be insufficient. Yet, the idea turned out to be successful. In Joshua's hands shines an incredible katana, forged from a unique material. Ilya takes the weapon from the boy's hands, which, according to him, is capable of tearing apart even hellish magic and cutting through anything. The girl confidently takes it and thanks Joshua. Finally, she had the strength to protect everyone dear to her. With sincere enthusiasm, Joshua supports her and declares that they will fight together. For this, Elijah thanks him once again now for the warm words of support. The girl insists Joshua definitely needs to rest right now. The guy calmly agrees. He feels that for the first time in a long time, he will be able to sleep without worries tonight. The next day, guests from the south are spotted at the observation point. Someone with cat ears confidently heads towards the village. Joshua can to help, but ask again about these unusual ears on their head. Met categorically denies it simply can to be. Meanwhile, a group of mercenaries is already hurrying to the gates. The boy unmistakably recognizes the leader. It is Balon. However, Kotalak himself turns his gaze not to him, but to the captive young man who is languishing in Ilya's embrace. With tears in her eyes, Naya rushes to the child, calling her Liza. The little girl also hurriedly runs to meet her. The moved sisters rush to hug each other and cannot hold back their tears. Joshua finally expresses a guess. The girl is indeed here. The balloon does not deny it. It is true, this little captive is his own daughter. The mercenary admits that he thought his daughter had long been dead. Yet here she is again before his eyes. Balon remembers how he once let people go this way. It seems he has finally understood how the unfortunate girl ended up in the village. The young man asked why they had appeared. Kotalak did not respond. He just silently stared ahead. Finally, the guest declares that he has arrived with a message from the pig General Bish. Orders him to come closer and take an oath of loyalty to the Governor General. Confused, Joshua wonders where he has been taken. Balin replies that there are still 2 hours left to the destination. Meanwhile, the army sets off along the southern route. Kodalik silently turns around, preparing to leave the place. In his opinion, important words should only be spoken face to face. After instructing his daughters and subordinates to prepare, the mercenary gathers everyone for the journey home. With a hint of disappointment, Met notes that she had hoped for at least a few words of gratitude. Joshua has no idea about Kodalak's true intentions, but from now on he has found himself on the other side of the barricades, alongside their enemies, and this must simply be accepted. The guide just reminds them they will proceed according to plan. Joshua asks to spread among everyone. Only a few people should remain in the village, while the rest should immediately prepare to leave. The army decisively sets out to meet Bish. Elijah addresses Joshua. The girl reports that everyone is already in their places. The boy nods in response and thanks her. The coalition army operates according to a well-prepared plan. Demons and werewolves have spread out in the forests along the road. Archers and crossbowmen have taken positions in the rearguard, and each squad is led by a fully equipped golem. Met joyfully declares that the fear of walking is a thing of the past. Joshua completely agrees with this. It seems that all possible means have already been used for victory. But before finally deciding the fate of the battle, there is a chance to try to negotiate with the opponent. Perhaps this will spare from a bloody massacre. Now all that is left is to wait, and that is the worst trial in this place. Suddenly, someone's hand grabs the boy. In Chiseleye, Joshua looked up. Matt and Merc were already standing nearby. The boy smiled. An army of orcs approaches them, along with mercenary squads. Balon observes the enemies with complete indifference, while Nia cannot withstand the gaze. She shyly looks away. The orc commander, pausing his gaze on the unusual company, asks who the newcomers are. He is clearly intrigued by the fact that humans and half-humans have come together. The man states his name and announces that he represents the main coalition of fienders. Bishi asks, again. Joshua clarifies, it is a union of half-people. Belion silently averts his gaze to the side. Bishar assures that she understands they are just as much half-people as the inhabitants of the great castle. The orc decides to immediately voice his demands, without unnecessary words. Bishar demands that everyone bow their heads and acknowledge his power by becoming vassals. Calmly and confidently, Joshua responds. The alliance does not intend to submit to the orcs, but also has no intention of entering into battle. The proposal to share food and water sounds reasonable, but Bish only scoffs in response, asking if they really intend to trade with him. However, he ultimately agrees an arrangement is possible if the settlement gives him 10 demons each year. In that case, there will be no bloodshed. The orc explains that the horns of demons are extremely strong, and he plans to use them to create his own weapon. In response, Joshua argues that such conditions do not suit them, and the coalition will not hand anyone over. Bish asks with dissatisfaction, "Is this guy really going to contradict him?" Balon intervenes in the conversation. He calmly suggests taking Joshua with him personally. This guy is a real finder master in the magic of creation. He can forge weapons better than even the demons of Garana created. The general asks if this is really the same person and receives confirmation from Kotalak, who vouches for his abilities. Balon asserts that there is no equal to Joshua, neither among humans, nor among half-humans, nor anywhere in the world. A thought flashed through my mind. Maybe the mercenaries are trying to help them in this way. The proposal to surrender seriously makes him think. The longer he thinks about how much benefit this could bring to all his friends, the more these advantageous conditions attract him. As soon as Joshua tries to get closer, Elijah grabs his hand and insists that he will no longer allow him to walk alone. The girl notes that she would agree to meet him occasionally, but being trapped in Orsage is already too much. The young man tries to assure her that the conditions here aren't that bad. Joshua recounts that the half-humans have repeatedly come to his aid. They strove not only for his sake but also for the common good. Under any circumstances, these beings showed themselves in the best light. In despair, Elijah exclaims that he cannot allow the boy to sacrifice himself. The girl loudly declares in response that the orcs can go away with their demands, while each rival does not miss the chance to defend her rights to the guy. The princess sighs heavily, admitting that it hurts her to watch all of this. Discussing such matters in the presence of Joshua's lawful wife is completely inappropriate. Matai admits that although she condemns others, she is not any better herself. She even called herself an adult. Elia notes that she is indeed already an adult. The young man wearily concludes, now is not the time for such conversations. In any case, there was never a thought of giving Joshua away. Hearing Elijah's proposal regarding the bail, Chide only asks in surprise how he is even able to suggest such a thing. Bishi responds with mocking laughter, saying that he didn't want to make any deals from the very beginning. The general coldly notes that all these negotiations are of no concern to him. After all, he can simply take all the horns for himself right now. In a stern tone, he gives the order to the orcs to bring the heads of all who dare to resist. The girl resolutely steps forward, raising her weapon. Provoking her opponent, she challenges him. Let him entertain her in this battle. Without hesitation, she enters the fight and strikes with unprecedented force. The orcs are momentarily taken aback by such an onslaught. Bishi points at Met and declares that he needs her horn. He immediately gives the order to spare no one and to destroy everyone without exception. Receiving the order to eliminate the hidden squads, Joshua realizes they have been exposed. However, hope is still alive. Not everything is lost. The herald announces loudly to Ilya that he is taking the boy under his care, so the princess can boldly enter the battle. Ilya nods and assures that he is counting on his friend S support. Ilya lunges forward, relentlessly delivering blow after blow. There is not a shadow of hesitation or regret in her actions. Everyone is under threat. The orcs are engulfed in terror, beginning to tremble with fear. The battle continues fiercely. As promised, Ilya becomes armor for Joshua, despite being almost surrounded by enemies. Meanwhile, Bish raises his voice, encourages his soldiers, and loudly reminds them, "Before you are merely half-humans." The general orders the orcs to make the enemies feel shame. Meat looks around, not understanding what is happening. Joshua notices that something is too loud behind. The frightened orc turns around in a panic and raises a commotion, calling for Bisha and Panic. He is breathless with anxiety, reporting that disaster has struck. The Kodaloks have betrayed their own, and now the flank is under unexpected attack. The boy was overwhelmed with confusion. Now he was completely unable to understand what motivated Balance. Merc ran out of the forest, calling for Joshua worried. She wondered what to do next, as no one could have predicted such a turn of events. Joshua still doesn't understand what Belon is striving for. Meanwhile, the guy asks Merc to warn everyone, let no one attack the mercenaries. Finally, the moment for the plan's realization has come. The girl nods in agreement. Rage fills the general. His army is forced to fight the traitors as if it were a real battle. He vows, Balon will pay for such audacity. But at that moment, a loud rumble makes the orcs alert. It is these coalition forces, which had previously hidden for the sake of strategy, that are now decisively entering the battle. Armed half-humans are filled with zeal and battle frenzy. Bishi assures that the enemies are hiding somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, a powerful whirlwind approaches the orcs. Asuka uses air magic to lift clouds of dust and small stones into the air, forcing the opponents to squint and cover their faces. The general, however, remains calm. What is happening does not bother him at all. A sudden shout announcing the start of the battle pulls him out of his thoughts. Grand speeches are Ilya's affair with her inherent dignity. She immediately notes it is enough for Bish to retreat now, and his life will be saved. However, the general is not one to crave mercy. He proudly declares that the throne of all orcs belongs to him. Bishi confidently declares that he has enough strength to personally bury the Lord of Demons himself. His grim figure majestically rises above a pile of fallen orcs. The general sternly declares that he will never lose to a mortal girl. However, she smiles and reveals the truth. She is a demon, and her horn was long ago ripped off and taken by Bishi. Smirking ominously, the orc suggests, if so, then the horn is probably already being used somewhere. Ilya calmly dismisses this assumption. The girl proudly displays her new katana, calling it her horn. It is this horn that her father returned after taking it away. Bishi is astonished as she recalls which era this story belongs to. In the General S memory, the image of the demon leader surfaces he challenged, and then, showing weakness, fled with the horn. Bish is pleased that he has now met the daughter of that very leader. Ilya disagrees her father did not flee, but gave up the horn for her sake. Yet the orc remains firm in his opinion. They say that Alta couldn't even defend his own horn. Then he quickly fled. Only his heels flashed. Ilya is boiling with hatred and offense. The orc raises his weapon and commands the girl to look directly at him. The demonic horn, named Bishos, once belonged to Ilya's father. However, falling into the hands of orcs, it brought much pain and suffering to the half-humans. Now the orc warns the girl awaits the same fate, and he will attach her horn there along with the others. Ilya's patience ran out. He was the first to charge into the attack. However, the enchanted katana only clinks against Bishop's body, causing him no harm. His opponent merely mocks, imitating a frightened gasp. Obviously, the girl exploded with anger, and this greatly amused him. He jokes that without the horn, she already has a lot of blood rushing to her face. Ilya strikes one after another, frantically demanding the return of her father's horn. She screams that Bish has no right to possess it. But all her attempts are in vain. Her fists only bounce off the villain, causing no harm. The general contemptuously remarks that the village elder was too weak. The orc sadly admits that he could not protect either his people or himself. Only his daughter's horn survived. If he were destined to survive, he would only bring more misfortune to his tribe. Tears gather in Ilya's eyes. With a heart-wrenching cry, she denies that it's nonsense. Her father was never weak. Noticing the girl's condition, Metet and Joshua try to calm her down. Bish incites, but arguing with him is pointless. Everything said is lost in the fierce storm. Ilya hears nothing but his own anger. With a deafening shout, he puts all his remaining strength into the next blow. An unexpected delay costs the princess dearly. The orc instantly senses the right moment for a counterattack. Ilya is left with no chance to defend himself, unable to do anything in time. Summoning the magic of craftsmanship, Joshua creates a wall before him. A mighty blow strikes the erected barrier, and it cannot withstand it. With a terrible roar, the defense shatters into large and small fragments. Several fragments strike Ilya at a crazy speed, causing sharp pain and severe injuries. The young man rushes to her, kneels down. Ilya sincerely apologizes. Joshua assures that the main thing is that she is alive. Breaking through the General S armor is no easy task. The young man promises that he will find a way to breach the enemy S defenses. The girl tries to object, but Joshua calmly stops her. He explains that they need to hit right in the gap and adds that if they work together, victory will be theirs. Energized, Ilya rises and again firmly grips the katana. The boy decisively declares that together they have the strength to defeat the orc. The air cuts through Bish's voice. He confidently declares that no efforts will bring victory. They lack strength. They are doomed before the general. However, his boastful words are interrupted by an unexpected explosion that erupts almost right in front of his face. It was Joshua who threw a bag of gunpowder in that direction and then ignited it with an arrow. However, it seemed that the orc felt no harm at all. Bisha merely grinned self-satisfiedly, as if such tricks had no effect on him. The general confidently calls himself the strongest, but in just a moment, his confidence disappears without a trace. Ilya strikes again, but the orc skillfully parries the attack with his weapon. The princess' new failure brings open delight to Besh. The half-breed rushes to help, but another orc roughly pushes him back. Surveying the battlefield, Joshua confidently notes everything is falling into place perfectly. The coalition army is steadily gaining the upper hand. Only defeating Bisha remains and avenging Elijah's father. The general mocks, emphasizing a demon without a horn is powerless. Ilya tightly grips the katana S handle, and thin streams of blood seep through his fingers. The boy tries to stop her, desperately shouting that she wants to succeed. He pleadingly asks the princess to step back for her own safety, but Ilya's determination remains unwavering. The unexpected blows from the girl wipe the bold smile off Bisha's face now. His gaze reflects tension and confusion. Rage takes over, and he demands to know where she got such strength. Meanwhile, thin streams of blood begin to strangely shift around the blade. Met and Joshua quickly realized what was happening. The guy assumed that the katana absorbs its owner S blood. Ilya bursts into a scream, panicking and shouting something. Bish exclaims in despair that this cannot be. None of his strikes reach the target. The general loudly proclaims himself the king of all orcs and assures that he cannot be defeated. Clenching his teeth in rage, he swings at the girl with wild fury, roaring so that the echo spreads across the field. But when his heavy axe meets the blade of the katana, a crack runs through the metal. The last relentless blow from Eli buried all the enemy's hopes. The revenge is complete. Horror engulfs the orcs. Their invincible leader receives the final blow, a punishment that severs his life. The defeated man fell right in front of Ilya. His subordinates whisper chaotically, trying to somehow shout out the name of their commander and remind him of his proud titles. Their whispers are interrupted by a proud exclamation. She triumphantly announces that the villain Bish has been defeated by Lady Ilya and commands to raise the flag. The flags of the Alliance soar rapidly into the sky, announcing victory. The defeated orcs are forced to flee, saving their own lives. Friends stand stunned, still not believing that the horrific battle is already over. Sighing with relief, Joshua finally accepts his victory. Demons, defenders, and Tangus joyfully throw themselves into each other's arms, shake hands, and happily discuss the victory. Meanwhile, the Catalects are leisurely gathering their things. Yehoshua turns to Belon. The boy expresses gratitude for the help. The mercenary merely shrugs indifferently, suggesting that he shouldn't have been misunderstood. Those like him always side with the winners. Balon simply knew from the very beginning who would ultimately win this war. Joshua asks in surprise if this is really what made the mercenaries switch to the side of the half-humans. Balon's face suddenly lights up with a proud smile. The young man hears him smugly say that betrayal is a true trait ingrained in the blood of the Kodalacs. In response, the young man simply nods and sincerely thanks him, regardless of what he has heard. Balon notes, "Gratitude is an invisible thing, but everything that can be taken, Kodalacs will inevitably take it. Not that it brings them joy, it's just instinct at work one way or another," Balon concludes. They have won. Joshua can only silently marvel at what he has heard. It has now become clear after this betrayal, the army of the Demon Lord, like the people, will never accept them again. The mercenaries are left without shelter and support. Such is the price for an unexpected betrayal. The guy looks at Balon again. The interlocutor reminds that the Fenton coalition unites half-people, so he suggests that the Glank mercenaries join them. Kodalak is noticeably confused and not thrilled about such an idea. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. The balloon admits he has quite a character, whimsical. That's why making friends is so difficult for him. Joshua assures that despite everything, mercenaries are always welcome in these parts. Even when they do not wish to stay, no one refuses cooperation and resource exchange here. A barely noticeable smile appears on Balon's face. He advises the boy to remember these words well and adds, "Kotalaki are extremely selfish creatures. Be careful." Having asked them to prepare in advance, he watches as the mercenaries finish their gathering and leave the battlefield. Joshua waves goodbye to them. Above the body of Bishop Ilya, she remained standing motionless with her eyes closed and her hands folded in prayer. A young man approaches, and a spark reappears in her eyes. Joshua praises the girl for her victory over the orc. She smiles and agrees, emphasizing that the opponent was indeed strong. Joshua was convinced Bitch is not just a strong man, but a true deadly fighter. Despite everything, Ilya managed to achieve victory and at the same time avenge his homeland. The princess admits all of this was only possible thanks to her friends. Without their support, defeat would have been unavoidable. Tears flow down Ilya's face as she clutches her father's horn in her hands and whispers that now he can finally return home. With a smile, the guy notices that Balon has taken almost all of his things. Yet he decided to leave this horn. The same words echo again. The girl extends the horn to Joshua, asking him to use it for the sake of the village's well-being. But this time the boy insists, "Let Elijah keep the horn for herself, as it is a true treasure for her." The girl listens to him and accepts this decision. Metzars still cannot recover from the events even without support. The half-humans turned out to be extraordinarily strong and left the orcs with no chances. Merc does not hide his admiration and adds that Joshua is to blame for all of this. The werewolf gently presses against the boy, softly purring about how clever Joshua is. In response, Asuha from Wiz tenderly strokes his head. A smile appears on his face. Ilya agrees. All of this became real only thanks to the guy. She emphasizes that the victory was achieved precisely because of everything Joshua did for the half-people. The man does not agree with this. He emphasizes that every participant gave their all, so the victory is the merit of the entire team. With a sincere smile, Joshua thanks his friends from the bottom of his heart, invites them to return to the settlement. Only a day has passed, and life in the settlement is slowly returning to its usual rhythm. The Tengu guards reported to Joshua. They flew over the distant southern outskirts and saw no enemies anywhere. The boy sincerely thanked them for their service. Finally, a calm time has come. Today, everyone will gather for a grand celebration to mark the victory. Before the holiday, the young man decides to make sure there is enough of everything: food, drinks, and treats. So he sets off through the village, inspecting each yard. A sudden strange noise immediately captures his attention. As she approaches closer, it becomes clear it is Met who trains the demons, turning them into true first-class fighters. The girl mercilessly scolds the newcomers for the fact that a whole pack couldn't handle her alone. That's why they desperately need to train more. Suddenly, her gaze spots Joshua among the crowd, and she instantly erupts in anger. In the capture, the girl rushes to him and asks if he really came to visit her. The boy awkwardly confirms. The main thing for him right now is to make sure there is enough of everything in the training halls. This is exactly what the young man tells the stern coach. Met assures with a smile that there is not just enough, but more than enough of everything. Moreover, Joshua has already taken care of everything that could possibly be wished for. The man offers, if you need anything else, just let me know. The girl suddenly confesses that something has crossed her mind. Joshua is trying in vain to guess what important news is on the tip of her tongue. The guy turned red but remains silent. The boy shrugs his shoulders. He doesn't understand anything at all. If everything is so uncomfortable, the guy suggests she whispers it in his ear. The girl gets angry, irritably accusing Joshua of having no shame at all. She is furious at how hopelessly he fails to understand the obvious hints. Despite everything, the girl still gives her consent. The Met approaches and quietly whispers in the boy's ear about its true desires. Children. This frankness catches him off guard. Joshua freezes in astonishment. To finally finish him off, the girl adds she dreams of a big family and a bunch of kids. Joshua, unable to withstand such an emotional attack, lets out a funny gasp and bolts away. Surprised and irritated, the young man quietly asks himself what has happened to him and why he suddenly started making sounds similar to Sarazu. He barely mumbles that he has completely lost his mind. At that moment, Merc stops him and asks what the matter is. Joshua waves him off, saying he was just running. The girl then shifts her attention and asks how things are with the refrigerator. Merc notes that there is so much meat that it is about to start melting. The man laughs in response. In that case, he will have to look for a bigger refrigerator. The girl agrees with his conclusion, noting that the boys are skilled hunters. Now they need to determine their daily catch limit. Joshua agrees that the idea is quite logical. If hunting is not restricted, wild boars will simply disappear from the area. They call Merc to make the final decision. The girl insists that she should be trusted in this matter. At the same time, she mentions another important thing that is worth discussing. The boy asks with interest what it is about. Merc confidently states one day Joshua will become her husband. Later, after getting married, they will definitely have a child, the future continuation of their lineage. The young man tries to object to something. Suddenly, Merc interrupts him and informs that in connection with this, Joshua will make her a proposal. Of course, this is all in the future. The girl explains that werewolves can only marry after they become adults. The boy agrees, as he has no choice left anyway, although he still doesn't understand why he needs this information. Stunned by his interlocutor's words, Joshua feels that he understood almost nothing from this impassioned speech. Nevertheless, he hopes that Merc will manage to find another candidate before he himself has to grow up. Meanwhile, the shapeshifter declares with unwavering confidence the decision is final and the path has already been set. Merc presses the boy against herself, declaring that he now belongs only to her. Joshua nervously asks why she is doing this. She simply replies, this is how she marks him with her scent for her. It is the best proof that he is now hers. The hugs from Merca are still ongoing when suddenly someone loudly shouts in their direction. After that, a powerful gust of air envelops the quirky couple. Asuha lands on soft ground, catching the captivated gaze of a boy who does not hide his admiration for her flight. The girl jokingly nods at her staff as if it deserves the praise. Today, she decides to show off her acquired skills and asks Joshua to watch her new abilities. He smirks, saying she has already shown everything, but Asuha counters that the real interesting part is yet to come and urges the boy to follow her. With irritation, Merc notes that the tango is only hindering her Asuka. A bit confused, does not understand why this is a problem, she only needs to demonstrate her results. Confidently stating that the succubus will return Joshua in a matter of seconds, the shapeshifter challenges him. The girl does not hesitate. She agrees and animates the magic of her staff. Dense streams of air swirl around the boy, enveloping him from all sides. Gradually, he lifts off the ground and rises higher and higher. Joshua hurriedly turns to Tango, asking him to stop. Asuha races after Joshua, confidently gathering achievements on the go. She shares that while training with wind magic, she mastered a few new skills. Previously, she could only stay in the air by herself, but now she is also able to lift someone else. As they rise higher together, they reach a heavenly height. From this point, an enchanting panorama of the settlement unfolds before Joshua, a view that captivates his heart. The boy is enthusiastically admiring the enchanting landscape. Asuka shares that the girls told her an interesting piece of news since Joshua appeared in the village. It has been rapidly growing. The young man replied that he simply used magic to create things, while the necessary materials were gathered by the peasants. The girl notices despite everything, Joshua turns out to be surprisingly modest. Smiling, the young man notes that true modesty is most characteristic of Asua. Throughout all this time, he has never seen her act in her own interests. Tenku wonders if she asks for something just for herself now. Will Joshua fulfill her request? The boy doesn't fully understand what is being discussed, but he agrees anyway. The main thing is that he can fulfill the request. Asuka confidently replies that this is entirely within his capabilities. The girl, like many before her, approaches Joshua with a proposal to become her husband, and the guy immediately responds with a perfectly logical comparison. Asuha sincerely tries to convince him that she is different from all the others. She vows not only to take care of Joshua, but also to never cause him any unnecessary trouble. At the same time, the girl promises not to create such scenes in public anymore, and tightly hugs the guy. She assures that everything will continue to be done quietly, in places invisible to outsiders. Joshua is even more concerned about her own understanding of invisible places than the main topic of conversation. The boy starts to say that he has realized everything, although the place for such conversations is not quite appropriate. But Asuka does not give up. She passionately insists that she wants him to finally understand her feelings, because she truly loves him. Joshua tries to justify himself, but he is abruptly cut off. Something terrible and disgusting peeks out from the shadows like an ancient mask of a grotesque idol, staring at them unblinkingly. However, the boy cannot comprehend what it is. The feeling is as if a dangerous, deadly aura pierced the air for a moment. Turning around, he catches sight of a terrifying monster watching them from the ground. Joshua's chest tightens with horror. It feels as if the devil himself has looked into his soul. A troubling feeling creeps into the boy's soul. In a moment, understanding comes the air. No longer supports him. Before the eyes of his friends, Joshua falls rapidly downwards. As he flies past, he frantically tries to discern the terrifying image that has appeared before him. Perhaps it is the same face from Forgotten Tales. Damn Hanya. And the boy didn't even have time to blink before Hanya was already calling him by name. When Aaliyah addresses Joshua, the boy can no longer hold on. The fall envelops him in its strange calm. It seems this is how his journey is meant to end. Through the dense veil, similar to water, a familiar voice tries to break through to Joshua's consciousness. A strange voice anxiously calls Joshua's name, asking if he's okay. He has to concentrate for a moment to remember exactly where he is and what is happening around him. The young man finally comes to his senses. Aaliyah's face is glowing with joy, and he asks in surprise how he managed to survive. The princess explains that the fluffy animals, thanks to their soft fur, saved him from death and an explosion. Exhausted, Joshua runs his hand over his face. He has just seen something terrible, but he can't remember what exactly. The boy looks around in fear and wonders where the others have gone. With confidence on his face, Elijah explains that everyone else has gone to prepare for the celebration. The boy happily notes that everything is going great. The girl agrees and emphasizes that if it continues like this, all the preparations will be finished in no time. Yosip notes that now he will have to take care of food for tomorrow. Elijah reassures him, no worries, he will get everything they need himself. The princess's cheeks flush with color, and her laughter rings out brightly as she firmly holds the boy's hand. She confidently declares that from now on, he will always be by her side. Joshua smiles and confirms that nothing will separate them now.